righty. I want to welcome everyone to the Lawndale City Council meeting. We're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilwoman Shirley Cuevas, followed by the word of inspiration by Pastor Matthew Harbison, Lawndale Western Church.
Please stand, remove your hats.
Point of order.
Oh, roll call.
Roll call.
Oh, I'm sorry, please
He was
have a
testing you
seat.
down there. He's testing you.
Okay.
Madam City Clerk.
Okay. Welcome, welcome everyone. Mayor Pro Tem Kearney.
Here.
Councilmember Cuevas.
Here,
Councilmember Suarez.
Present.
Councilmember Talavera.
Present.
Mayor Poland Miles.
Present.
All members are present.
all right, let's try this again. Please stand. Your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing.
Good evening. Let us pray. Gracious God, we thank you for the opportunity to gather today in public space. We thank you that we're able to be present in physical form instead of just online. We thank you that there are opportunities for people who can't make it tonight to watch us and be part of this government that we have in this city. We ask that people would continue to be civil. We ask that the needs of the residents would be listened to and heard, and that this would be an opportunity for community to get together instead of be divided. We also ask that we would be civil to one another and that we would be respectful and that we would be able to just bring about a spirit of peace in these troubled times. Amen.
Amen. Okay. Technical difficulties. Could you guys? Okay. Next on our agenda is our public safety report. Let's hear from our captain from the LA County Sheriff's Department, Captain Palomino.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, esteemed members of the City Council, and members of the community. I'm Nicole Palomino, the captain of South Los Angeles Station, and I will be presenting the public safety report for January 21st through February 3rd. And so I'm going to begin by discussing our notable arrests and investigations. So back on December 18th, at approximately 7 p.m., deputies responded to a theft in progress call for service at the Target store located at 14310 Hawthorne Boulevard. Deputies contained the location, but were unable to locate the suspect. Over the next several weeks, Lawndale SAO Deputy Ibarra and Detective Dan Ramirez conducted a follow-up investigation and identified the theft suspect. They also connected him to several other thefts from businesses in Lawndale, which resulted in a net loss of more than $8,000. A warrant was obtained and the suspect was located and arrested in the city of Compton. He was booked at South Los Angeles Station for felony retail theft charges, and he was not a resident of Lawndale. And then on January 16th of this year, 2 individuals were shot on the corner of 153rd Street and Condon Avenue. Both victims survived their injuries. Lawndale SAO Deputy Ibarra and South Los Angeles Station Detective Renee Diaz investigated the shooting and identified one of the suspects and his vehicle. Detectives from Operation Safe Streets Bureau, our gang detectives, assumed responsibility for the investigation and entered the suspect's vehicle into the wanted person system. Then on January 31st, officers with the Hawthorne Police Department located the suspect and arrested him. And then on today's date, the district attorney filed attempt murder charges against the suspect, and his bail was set at $1 million. And then regarding our traffic-related incidents, Motorcycle Traffic Enforcement Deputy Morales issued approximately 40 citations during the reporting period for various vehicle code violations, such as failure to stop at a stop sign, failure to stop at a red traffic light, and speeding. And then lastly, the next Neighborhood Watch meeting is scheduled for February 19th at 6 p.m. at the Harold Hoffman Community Center located at 14700 Buren Avenue. And everyone from the community is invited and encouraged to attend. And I just want to remind everybody that this is a fantastic opportunity for Lawndale residents to gather and discuss important public safety issues with law enforcement and other community members. And this concludes my report, and I would be happy to answer any questions the council might have.
Any questions of the captain's report? Thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
Let's hear from Assistant Fire Chief Brian Kane.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, city manager, city attorney. Assistant Chief Brian Kane, Los Angeles County Fire Department, with your public safety report for the month of January. For the month of January, we had 226 calls for service. 2 of those were fires. 1 fire was an oven fire, cooking fire, which was extinguished very quickly with no additional damage to the kitchen or appliances. 1 vegetation fire, which was involving PEH. 188 calls for EMS services. 96 of those required advanced life-saving interventions by our paramedics. And we had 6 responses for our advanced practitioner unit for the month of January. That's the end of my report for this month of January. If there's any additional questions, I'm free to answer those.
Is there any questions?
None.
No.
Thank you, Assistant.
Very welcome.
Now we're on oral communications. Oral communications is when you have the opportunity to speak to this body on items that are not on the agenda. If you'd like to do so, we ask that you line up by the flag when it becomes your turn. Come to the podium. Start with your name first, and then you have 2.5 minutes. The amber light will come on to give you the signal to start wrapping things up. Let's have our first speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and community members. My name is Michelle Pino. I am the Community Library Manager at Lawndale Library. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the exciting programs and services that we are offering to support our community. So for programs for early learners, ages 0 to 5, we have Smarty Pants Storytime, February 7th and the 28th at 10:30. Interactive reading sessions with songs, rhymes, and movements. School readiness focus and parent cafe available on February 7th for caregiver support. Smart Start, it's a chalk art, February 6th from 10 to 11. Encourages pre-writing skills and creativity, hosted in collaboration with Allies for Every Child. School age programs, we have Creation Station on February 1st and the 15th at 10:30 to 4:30 p.m. And it's open-ended crafting for ages 5 to 12. Black History Month, Mae Jemison Story and Craft, February 5th at 3:30. It's a story time and craft activity celebrating the first African-American woman in space. Friendship Kites, February 12th at 3:30. Stories and kite making to highlight the importance of friendship. We also have Reading Buddies every Friday from 4 to 5 p.m. It's one-on-one reading practice for ages 5 to 10. And we have Reading Stars, which is Tuesday through Thursday, now through May 22nd. The library's no-cost tutoring services for students in grades 1st to 6th grade. This program helps motivate young readers while breaking the economic barriers of private tutoring. All materials are provided. For teens, we have Poetry Self-Portraits, February 11th at 5:30. Creative Writing and Art Programs Exploring Self-Identity. Cybersecurity Awareness for Teens, February 13th at 4. Teaches online safety and includes the Morse Code Bracelet activity in partnership with LA County Probation Department. Zoetrope Animation Workshop, February 19th at 5:30. Hands-on learning about early animation history. We have a Teen Advisory Board meeting, February 22nd at 12. It encourages teens' involvement in library planning and community engagement. For adults, we have ESL Social Club on February 4th and the 8th from 5 to 6. It's a safe space for English language learners to practice speaking. Paint and Sip Black History Month edition, February 8th, 3 to 4. Guided painting sessions featuring Black artists' work. We also have a basic tech training, February 19th, 18th, and 19th from 12 to 4. A free digital literacy workshop covering computer basics, internet safety, app usage, smartphone basics, and digital navigation. Participants who complete the 8-hour training qualify for a drawing to receive a free laptop. And this concludes my updates for this evening. I appreciate the opportunity to share how we're working to serve and engage our community through literacy, technology, educations, and programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Dulce Stein, address 14929 Hawthorne Boulevard, Esmoa. We are here to invite everybody of all ages to our open call, our Video Art Plus Film Festival 2025. The Esmoa Video Art Plus Film Festival will be back in October, and we are now accepting submissions from everybody, all ages and all genres. Established in 2017, the Esmoa Video Art and Film Festival is a free international festival inviting filmmakers of all ages and backgrounds to submit short films around a theme. This year, the festival's topic is resilience. Make a 60-second film and submit it to Esmoa Video Art and Film Festival Resilience. The deadline for submission is July 15, 2025 at 5 p.m. For upcoming programs in our art maker space, we have the Japanese art of gyotaku, which is a type of printing with plastic fish. Our open hours are Thursday, Friday, Saturday from 11 to 5 p.m. Please invite your families, your friends. This is a great opportunity to explore and to thrive in art. Thank you very much. Any questions?
No, we'll answer the questions
Thank you.
after everyone had a chance to speak.
Hey, thanks for having me. Chelsea Schreiber, Lawndale, Gnome King, Keeper, and Metro Fighter. I didn't intend to speak today until I went to my kids' school today, and I learned that 24% of kids were out of school today. Last week it was more, and I believe that has to do with ICE and what's going on in our community. So I am just requesting if the city can do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do to make our residents feel safer and feel like they are supported by our city. Not just immigrants, not just the undocumented, but many people I've talked to are residents, they're citizens, and they're still afraid. So, and I know there have been a couple raids in our city. So anything we can do as a city to reaffirm our commitment to everybody, no matter where they're from, no matter where they're, if they're legal, if they're not legal, I don't give an F. I just want everybody to feel safe in our community. So if we could do something, not only that, but the LGBT community as well, if we could do something to reaffirm our city's stance on supporting anybody and everybody within our community. 24%, that means it's 124 students were gone. That's 124 students that the city doesn't, that the school district doesn't get money for, and that's that same amount of students that aren't in school. and they're scared. So that's my request via that. Anything our city can do to just make sure people know they're supported here. And additionally, I'm still wondering about the toxicity of the soil on the row. They're doing surveys this week. We have seen the drones. We know they're there, and we just want to figure out we've heard from BNSF people, and we have heard from people with the pipelines that say if that soil is disturbed, it could be a Superfund site. So I don't trust Metro to do the studies correctly. I think our city needs to look at something and figure it out, and we need to alert our residents about the toxicity of that. If they do churn that soil up, we'll be breathing it in. So, and with the Trump administration coming in, we are worried that perhaps they will get rid of the EPA. They'll get rid of regulations, and we've seen the issues with the airplanes in the past couple weeks of it's not going to just be airplanes, it's going to be railroads too. And if they do get rid of regulations, I'm afraid that we will have, we'll have disasters in our city. So again, we just need to protect our people, and I would like to figure out how we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So that was new. You must have allowed one clap in my absence. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to this body under public comments? Seeing none, let's close the public comments. Let's bring it up to the dais. This is for Councilmember Frank.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming out tonight. Regarding the issues that were spoken about, I just wanted to ask Michelle if all her activities are posted on their website. Okay, good, great, thank you. And also for Dulce, thank you for the information. It's great. And I think Chelsea spoke about something that was on my heart also about the ICE patrols that were going on. We have residents that probably are feeling anxious, afraid, and I was wanting to ask the city if there was something, at least information that we could provide for our residents here. I know on the news several school districts have reached out to their communities, and I hope that our districts will be doing the same. And if we can get some type of communication going with Lawndale School District and Centinela, just to know what they're doing to relieve the stress and the anxiety that's on the hearts of the people. We've had many discussions at home about it and how it's going about. And I believe some of it is a little bit, or a lot of it is probably like profiling also. So how do I walk down the street and not be detained or questioned by ICE? Just don't speak Spanish. Okay. Yeah. So it's like there's a lot of unknowns right now. How they're detaining, how they're approaching residents of the different cities, and I just think at this point we just need some clarification. And I don't know if Sean, Mr. Moore, if you can reach out to somebody to get us information about how to protect and how to calm our residents' nerves.
Mayor, Council, I'll work with Greg and the city attorney's office, and we'll see what we can put out, and I'll send something to you. And then, subject to the approval, we can post it on the webpage and our social medias.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank
Okay.
you.
Councilwoman Suarez.
I think Frank touched on everything. There is one point I wanted to make in our city attorney, and I think the mayor just kind of brought it up. Just for there are some new members of the public here, and there is a policy about the way that we conduct the meetings, what is allowed. For example, when you come in here and address the council, you address this as a whole, and there have been some members of the public that haven't been following that policy. So I think if we could just, for those of you that are here, there is a policy. It's good to go through it and refresh about the decorum of the way these meetings are conducted. If we can also make a point to post it on our website, that way residents can find it. With that, I'll pass it along. Thank you.
We'll take care of that, Mayor and Council. I'll get that posted.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out and speaking. Frank touched on most of the points. One thing that I would probably ask staff to review is the row and the soil testing. If we could get some information on that, what Metro's doing or what we could do in the future.
Mayor, Council, I'll look into that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I want to thank the three ladies that came out and spoke tonight. My colleagues to the left of me said everything that needed to be said, so I'll pass it on to you, Robert.
Okay.
Or ditto.
Ditto, except for, I want to add, Chesley, she spoke about the metro soil contamination, possible soil contamination. I would like for us to closely follow that issue. And if we can, let's do, I don't know if we should hire our own person to lab.
Mayor, Council, we can look into that. I just, they provided a phase 1 test. It was incomplete. So they required, to provide a phase 2 and a phase 3 on possible soil contamination, but we can look at hiring our own phase 1 consultant and seeing if Metro will allow us to go out and test. Before we hire anyone, we would need to get permission to go out there and test the soil. I would just, if that's what the council's wanting to look at, we'd have to get permission from Burlington Northern and Metro. Okay, let's do that. Also, speaking of ICE, it's sad to see that 24% reduction in student attendance at school. And of course, we know that the schools get paid, funded, I should say, by average daily attendance. And so that's a significant drop, 24%. And I would imagine in other communities, such as the Hawthorne and Compton and stuff like that, that has a larger Latino population, is probably greater than that, the reduction in school population attendance. So I would suggest that we post something on the website. It's like the council member was saying, that we post something. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mayor and Council. We'll take care of that.
Okay, thank you. And with that, where's the librarian? I don't have my glasses on. February 2nd, what's the days of the Black History Month? I got February 5th, but that would be the whole month? Yeah. There was February 11th. February 8th. Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, so we're good. We'll close public comment and comments from the council, and we'll move the agenda. We're now on the consent calendar. Item 3 through 5. What is the pleasure of this body concerning the consent calendar?
Well, if there's no additions or subtractions, I'll make a motion to go with staff recommendation.
Okay, the motion's been made by Kearney that we go with staff recommendation to adopt the consent calendar. Is there a second? Okay. Is there somebody?
I'll second it.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so there's been motion by Kearney that we adopt the consent calendar, seconded by Suarez, that we do so. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, so we're gonna do something a little different. She don't have her monitor's not on? Okay, we'll do a voice vote. So, Madam City Clerk, please conduct the voice vote.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm going to be also manually inputting it for the sake of the display.
Okay, great.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Kearney.
Yes?
Okay, Councilmember Cuevas.
Abstain?
Councilmember Suarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Talavera.
Yes.
And Mayor Poland Miles.
Yes.
Okay. Motion passes with Councilmember Cuevas abstaining. And thank you, everyone, for your patience. Again, a lot of buttons this time.
Okay, we are on item G, which is a public hearing regarding the ordinance concerning accessory dwellings. Let's have the staff report.
Good evening. This item is an introduction of an ordinance, 120825, to amend Title 17 of the Lawndale Municipal Code to update the city's accessory dwelling unit regulations in compliance with the state of California. The governor signed one Senate bill and one Assembly, amending two minor provisions of our existing ADU code. These two bills, the first one is actually clarifying the review of unpermitted ADUs prior to 2020. So if anyone constructed ADUs prior to 2020, there's a limited scope of how planning staff would review it. We can only deny it based on health and safety substandard reasons. So that's the first bill. The second bill is actually clarifying that multifamily can have up to 8 multifamily dwelling units or the existing primary dwelling units on site. So if a multifamily property had 4 dwelling units, they could have 4 ADU if it's in the multifamily zone. So this was approved and signed by the governor. We are introducing an ordinance to make it compliant with state law. The Planning Commission on January 8th reviewed the proposed ordinance and voted 3-0 and with 2 absent to recommend that the City Council adopt an ordinance. This ordinance is also exempt from CEQA, Section 15061B3. This ordinance was also duly advertised within the Daily Breeze, and with this, staff recommends that the City Council conduct a public hearing, determine that the ordinance is exempt from CEQA, and number 3, introduce for first reading by title only, ordinance number 120825, an ordinance amending the Lawndale Municipal Code regarding ADUs to reflect recent changes in state law, and waive further reading. Staff is available for any questions.
Okay. Thank you for that. Staff report. Are there any questions of the staff report before we open up the public hearing? Okay, so it is 7:01. This public hearing is now open. Are there any that wish to provide comments or testimony in this public hearing? Okay, it is 7:01. The public hearing is closed. I'm going to bring it up to the dais for any comments and directions from the council.
If there's no comment or I'll motion to approve.
Okay. So it's been motioned to approve,
Yeah, I'll second.
and Councilmember Talavera, did I get it right?
Yep.
Seconded. So the motion was made by Cuevas, seconded by Talavera. Any discussion on the motion? Okay. Madam City Clerk, please conduct the vote.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Kearney,
Yes.
Councilmember Cuevas,
Yes?
Councilmember Suarez,
Yes.
Councilmember Talavera,
Yes.
Mayor Poland Miles.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, item 7.
Mr. Mayor, before we move on, may I read the title only so that we won't have to do it at our next meeting?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. That was ordinance number 1208-25, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Lawndale, California, amendments to Title 17 of the Lawndale Municipal Code to update accessory dwelling unit, ADU, regulations in compliance with state laws citywide, and finding the amendment is exempt from CEQA. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Okay. Item 7 is approval of the Youth Development Center skate park conceptual design. Let's have the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jason Minter, Community Services Director. Very excited to bring this report and this presentation to you tonight. Before I introduce the architect and the architectural team, I would like to thank a few people. One, starting with our previous Parks Director, Mike Estes, for getting this project started, to our Youth Advisory Committee for their input and the hearings they've done on the matter, to our Parks, Recreation, and Social Services Commission, and then to the number of community members that have participated either by filling out surveys or coming to our meetings to share their input. As I said, I would like to introduce Kyle Ng with BOA Architecture, and we're going to go through a presentation showing you the highlights of this beautiful project. And then afterwards, if you have any questions for myself or the architectural team, we'd be happy to try to answer them as we move this on to hopefully the next phase of the project. And with that, I will turn it over to Kyle.
All right, thank you, Director Minter. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and esteemed members of City Council. My name is Kyle Ng. I'm the project designer and manager for the Youth Development Center project and skate park for the City of Lawndale. With me are other members of BOA Architecture, as well as landscape architect David Voles Design, who's been assisting us with design of the site. So with that, I think we can start the presentation. All right, so this is, to begin, this is an outside view of the proposed design of the youth center. It is a two-story structure. We'll kind of continue to explain a little bit more about the aspects of the project. The first thing that we want to go through was the project timeline, as you've kind of become familiar with. We conducted our initial site surveys and project kickoff back in April of 2024. We then proceeded to create a couple different design options with different varying design or project construction budgets. That was presented to City Council and the directors on May of 2024. We had the direction, with that, a decision was made to proceed with a design option for a two-level building that would house both a teen center, a replacement office for the Municipal Services Department, as well as the Cable TV Department. In November of 2024, we worked with Director Minter to reduce the size of the building in order to meet a desired budget. And now here we are today, February 2025, to present the outcome of the design process. So for those that aren't, of the community that aren't familiar, this is the current building for the municipal services, cable TV, and the proposed site for the new skate park and the teen center and municipal services office. The building total of square footage that we're looking at is about 9,574 square feet. There's two levels, and so they're split evenly with the teen center at the bottom and municipal services and cable TV at the second level, and there will be access for the public to go up to those services to kind of maintain the existing public interface with the community. There's also a courtyard that's going to be adjacent to the teen center, an outdoor space for people to congregate, for other events that might happen. And then there is a 9,500 square foot skate park. The current estimated current construction budget, construction cost is around $11.5 million. That includes basically a brand new two-story building, as well as a brand new skate park, and then courtyard, and there's a total demolition of the existing building and site improvements as well. Okay? So this is a kind of a rendition of the proposed site plan. As you can see, there's the beloved tree at the corner that will remain, but we are positioning the teen center two-story building adjacent to that beautiful tree. There's a courtyard on the outside, kind of where a drop-off area could occur. And then right in front of that, kind of in between the teen center and the elementary school, is a skate park and courtyard. And now I'm going to turn it over to Bryant from David Voles Designs, the landscape architect. Also worked with Spawn Ranch, the skate park designer, to explain a little bit more about the site amenities.
Thank you. As we see some of the images that we have here, we wanted to develop the character of what would be the site. When we conducted our community outreach, overwhelmingly the topic that was chosen from the constituents was to have a safe place for them to meet their friends. The second one was to learn a new skill, and one of the things that they brought up and wrote into our boards was that they wanted to see art and color throughout the site. And through that, we wanted to show these images of some of the site furnishings that we chose, with bringing a contemporary and furnishings into a space that they can convene. We have ping pong tables, to seating, to cornhole, and then we wanted to make sure that the landscape was robust but also maintainable for the city. Here is the site plan, and we infused the courtyard with color since it was a request, and we did that by incorporating into the site furnishing, like the seating and the outdoor ping pong tables that we can see here. On the left, we'll see the skate park, and we wanted to make sure that we use the building and the trees to be able to accommodate shade, that we can extend the interior of the building out into the courtyard. Here are some 3D views of what we are envisioning. We wanted to make sure to provide ample different opportunities for the teens to be able to sit. Everything from a low wall to actual seating pieces that they can move around and that they can use for their own functions. We do have ping pong tables, and again, we wanted to make sure that the space was infused with color and with art, since that's the primary request there. Here we're able to see the skate park, and through the community outreach and the feedback that we received, we wanted to make sure that we had a good blend of street and transition style terrain. Obstacles for beginners was important. The community was very adamant about that they had a good mix, but make sure to have elements for beginners to be able to be introduced into skateboarding. We have a well-balanced design, and obstacles include a bowl, a quarter pipe, embankments, rails, pads, and benches. Thank you.
Thank you, Bryant. Moving on to the building, there are some goals that we as a design team try to accomplish. And one of them was to build on the identity of the existing city or civic center. And so we wanted to stay within the visual realm of the buildings and pick up on little things throughout, and so that it didn't look like something that was kind of coming out of nowhere, but something that fit in with the city's existing identity. Something we also wanted to implement was providing a sloped roof in order to reduce the potential maintenance that could come from maintaining it. We also wanted to provide a site connection between the skate park and the youth center. And then another thing that we want to provide, recognizing that this facility would have children and teens and other families, we wanted to provide a separate entrance from the municipal services office so that kind of the activities that would happen, that could potentially happen at the same time, could be separated. And of course, we also wanted to bring kind of the surrounding elements, like the natural light, as well as the views of the tree to the inside as well. And so the first slide we have here is the first floor of the teen center. And so what is depicted in green is all the space that is dedicated to the teen center. And so this project was spurred by a desire for the city to specifically have a place where teens can come and not only grow individually, but also grow in their relationships, grow in their eventual careers, and their goals as well. And so the teen center has a couple different aspects to it. As you'll see in the center of the courtyard off of Dioro Lane, there's a large grand entrance. As teens enter into the lobby, there's a couple different selections of areas where they could go. The main feature is the teen center. The teen center is an activity room that is kind of a catch-all for all different activities that were encouraged and mentioned in the outreach. Things like places for video games, movie areas, board games, maybe other things like a makerspace or crafting or like a test kitchen. And so that would be the large activity kind of catch-all room. Adjacent to those are offices for supervision. There's areas to provide snacks, and there's lots of visibility to all the spaces. Staff would be able to see who comes in, who comes out. On the east side of the floor plan is the Development and Resource Center. This would be a place where there would be career counseling, also possibly mental health assistance as well, things where teens could hopefully grow as individuals. As you'll see on the southeast corner of the building, that's a separate entrance with the stairs and elevators that would go up to the second floor where the municipal offices and cable TV department would be. And so the second floor is divided up into two areas, and the main public interface would be coming up the elevator or coming up the stairs to a public counter where we know that there's an existing service that's provided at municipal services, and so we want to maintain that service so that if people still want to come and visit municipal services, they have that ability. But we worked with members of municipal services as well as cable TV to get their input on the workspace, and so there are private offices. There's also a core shared area of a meeting room, restrooms, break room, and then in the west-facing side, we have the cable TV department, their open office, and their large studio. And so we'll revisit the street facade from Dioro. As you can see here, we have the large tree on the right. This is a street-facing elevation, so you can see the large windows and then the adjacent courtyard. As we move to the courtyard, this is a view from the outside, kind of looking at the large building. You'll see a large amount of glass to provide a connection between the inside and the outside of the activity center. So, rain or shine, the teen center could potentially be open and accessible for students and other young adults. And here's another view of the west-facing side. We're providing a very deep overhang to provide shade in the late afternoon as well. Here's some more views of kind of the user experience of going into the teen center. We have a view from the drop-off area with a large overhang, some generous signage so that everyone from the community can kind of see what the building is for. As teens enter, there's the lobby area adjacent to some large glass doors and windows so that they can see inside and see all the activities that are going on inside the teen center. And so this is the first view of the teen center. We tried to create an open yet inviting space. So we played with some color and tried to make it as multifunctional as possible. So as we see in these next two images, there are multiple areas for both a movie viewing area as well as a game zone. You'll see different sizes of furniture, varying from areas where students can either meet or they can also do homework as well. And so these are the two views of the larger, with the accent patterned wall, an area for movies, and the opposite end, we're adjacent to the pool table, adjacent to the views of the exterior, we have a video game area. This is a interior view of the Development and Resource Center. It's kind of a catch-all space for a lot of different possibilities for how this center could be used. It could be used as a seminar space. It could also be maybe a place where resume workshops could occur, job fairs for either places that are hiring within the city or even outside of the city as well. They're looking for employees. There also could be areas for computer literacy, other things like that. And the last area that we wanted to touch on was the access to the municipal services. And so this is kind of what would be the view from across the street. You can see the matching entry overhang as well as signage from the outside, so people that are coming to the offices know where they're going. And then lastly, upstairs at the public counter, we have a secured lobby, and so there's still a lot of glass so that residents can come and take care of whatever business they need to at the services. So that concludes the visual presentation, but we're welcome to answer any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. Are there any questions on the presentation?
I have a couple.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
On the first one, glass. On the glass, is it going to be non-graffiti, or is it be?
Yeah, something. Our firm does a lot of public works jobs, and so that's something. Building maintenance is always something that we're conscious of. We can't stop it, but we can help maintenance staff and help the city's image kind of clean that up. And so that can definitely be something, along with things on the stone. Those are design elements that we can definitely introduce. There's always areas for providing security systems, things that can help improve and protect the building as well as the constituents on the inside.
Okay, the second one on, I guess it's the cafe and movie area. We're building a cafe.
It's not necessarily a cafe, and I think something that we were trying to accomplish with this is it's not a cafe where we are it's not a food service area. It's more of kind of like what we were trying to do was create like a little living room area or a safe space where teens and other young adults can feel a little bit more where they're safe, or they can come after school and other jobs and they can meet there. And so it's more of a social gathering space.
So there's not going to be no soda machines or anything like that, correct?
No.
Okay.
No.
And then my last one.
I think Director Minter might have some
If
more.
I could, one of the things, especially the Youth Advisory Committee had talked about in touring some of the other teen centers, and just feedback from the general public was they need a place to have some snacks after school. So no, it's not going to be hot food, hot prepared food,
Okay.
soda fountains, things like that. But it would be snacks that they could eat, whether it's granola bars
Yeah,
or
right,
whatever
okay.
that they could eat. The cafe just kind of designates the area that would be primarily for eating.
Okay.
But yeah, snacks was a big request, and some of the things that other teen centers struggled. So we wanted to make sure we planned accordingly.
And then on the branding outside, you have Lawndale Municipal Services in big, bold, black letters on their side of the Teens Youth Development Center. And then if you look on the Youth Development Center, it blends into whatever that brick is. Are we going to have the same lettering throughout?
Yes, that would be the
I don't
intention,
think
yeah.
we should have municipal service bolder than the Youth Development Center.
Oh, absolutely. No, I think this was something that came from the rendering software. But our intent is that signage should be clear, should be readable.
That's all I have, Robert.
Okay. Are there any further questions?
I do, and this might be a question for staff, because I'm looking at the municipal services building, and like, for example, currently where we store all of those cabinets and like, where is all that going?
The storage space, there is storage on the second floor. I don't know if you can see my cursor kind of behind the front desk. There would be storage designated just for municipal services. There's also storage. There's a storage room that we could use on the bottom floor, but that would be less likely than the storage up on their second
Is that
floor.
though equivalent to what we currently have? I mean, I know that whole room is like, there's aisles and and I don't know if they're all if that's just got a place where people just stuck everything, but.
I think the idea would be to, in keeping in line with the city's record retention policy, is to take this as an opportunity to clean house and, whatever documents we didn't need to keep, to kind of consolidate that into, what was required to be kept. But, this is something I've discussed with Director Reyes, and, I'm not sure if he wants to comment on, storage space. But in trying to accommodate the different office configurations for each of their divisions, I do believe this meets their requirements, but I would defer to him if he wanted to speak on the matter.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and distinguished members of the City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you tonight. As Jason was saying, we did discuss this. We are going from a square footage of about 10,000 square feet to about half of that on the upstairs, so we are going to lose some space. That'll be something we'll have to work through. Happily, in the space we're in now, we have more room than we need, so things are spread out. We will have to condense things to fit them into these areas, but we should be fine. Plus, as Jason was saying, in the reducing records, that should free up some space as well.
Okay, I was just, because 70 square feet is not very much, so I was just, where do you keep like the Field of Honor flags and all of that? Like, I don't know, my head's just kind of.
That is correct, and there are more open spaces than we actually will need with our existing staff, so we could utilize some of that for storage and some of the empty offices.
Okay, and then if residents want to visit, is that little lobby area for, if they need to come and for whatever reason visit?
Correct. So the lobby area on the second floor, as in the picture right here, is equivalent to the space they have now. There is access for wheelchairs in the elevator, and then that is a sufficient amount of room for paying dog licenses, asking questions about tickets or code enforcement. We don't get a ton of residents coming in. A lot of our residents are phone calls, so but that should be sufficient space.
Okay.
I do have one question. First of all, I like the schematics here. I want to say that. But I do have one question here concerning the skateboard part. The skateboard part. What's the age on the part? I understand you got two levels of. You got two levels. I was reading somewhere here. Well, there's two levels of professionalism. One for beginners and intermediate. But it begs the question: what's the since this is a youth center, what's the age of the park, the skate park in particular?
What age group are we allowing to use the skate park?
Well, the skate park it's been designed to this point, is open to the public. So any age, any ability, there was gates that separate the skate park from the teen center section. So while the teen center patio or the youth development center patio is adjacent to, there would be gates there keeping any non-teens, non-youth out of the skate park, or out of the youth development center patio. But the skate park is intended to be for the public, all ages.
Okay, okay, okay.
One more question. Can you regulate that to have the younger group in there? You don't want 9, 10, 11-year-olds in there. Same time, you have 17, 18-year-olds in there. Because you know that there's some are rougher than the others. So can staff regulate
In the skate park or in the youth development center?
the skate park?
In the skate park, we would not be regulating based on ages unless we had a specific program or activity or contest or something like that where we were targeting a group. But no, the skate park would have gates that we could close it either in inclement weather or, for whatever reason the city needed to close it. But the idea of the skate park now would be open to the public, just
Okay.
like a regular park.
Okay. Are there any?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I'm new to the project, so I have a few questions that I want to ask, probably mostly directed to the staff. Some of the questions are questions that can be answered now, and some are questions for the future maybe. And I don't know how far into the future we've thought this out. So I'll just go and ask the question. So what department is going to manage or plan the programs for this youth development center?
Community services, my department would.
All right. And do we have plans to host local skateboarding events to keep the park alive and utilized, or is it just going to be out there with certain hours for the public to use?
Yes to all of those. I think we're going to do what we can to program teen-related activities out on the skate park. It's not, at 9,500 square feet, it's going to be a great municipal skate park. I wouldn't say it's big enough to do larger contests or programs, but it would be a great size to do things in company to other teen center programs. So we would be posting signage that says, hey, skate park will be closed to the public on such and such a day as we're having a teen center only skate contest. So if we can incorporate things between the teen center patio and the skate park, that's absolutely something we would like to do. I envision this being a collaborative effort with a lot of different agencies and organizations to put on a variety of events. Some of them that they mentioned, job fairs and training and seminars and things like that. We'd be bringing in partner organizations on the programming, working with the South Bay Workforce Investment Board is one example, and any other teen-related groups that we can, whether it be through private companies, skateboard clubs, things like that, to try to host, different bigger events. But at 9,500 square feet with that configuration, I don't think it's going to be a destination venue for skate competitions.
Okay. And in your opinion, I'm assuming that you saw the skate parks like at Alondra and at Hawthorne, and how is this park going to rate to those? Because what I've seen before and what I've lived actually, we lived across just one street away from Jane Addams Park. Well, my sons never wanted to play soccer there. I had to take them to Weisburn because they had goalposts. And I would say, just get 2 cones and put them there, and there's your goalposts. No, Dad, we can't. So if our skate park isn't going to rate as well as other skate parks in our area, what would be the draw for them to attend, utilize ours?
Well, I think as Brian mentioned, and I'll let him speak for himself, but it's a combination of elements to where we have some amenities that will cater to higher level skaters, and we'll have some amenities that cater to more beginners, right? Some of the open spaces, the flat rails, things like that are more beginner elements. When you get into the bowls, the quarter pipe, that's where the more advanced skaters might go. I do envision trying to find someone that can do skateboard lessons, whether it be for youngsters, do things in the summer, not necessarily related to the teen center, but you would cone off a certain section of the skate park where you could just do lessons. As far as what's going to set this apart, no 2 skate parks are the same. And I think different skaters gravitate towards certain elements. So there are going to be some skaters that really feel like skating a bowl and they would come here for that, versus other skaters want stairs and want more rails, things like that. So, skaters have specific skill sets that they're practicing. they might come to this on one day or go to another skate park on another day, somewhere like Hawthorne that has a different set of amenities. But I'll let Brian, talk about that on his own.
The only thing I'd like to echo from what the director was able to speak was that I'm glad the other skate parks was mentioned, and we actually have the same designer here, Spawn Ranch, that helped us with the design for this skate park. We like to see the needs of the community and not just kind of create the same thing. And we saw that the needs here was, like the director mentioned, was a well-balanced design where we could have a lot of beginners start to skate and also have the amenities to be able to ramp up that skill set as they're learning.
Like the Hawthorne Skate Park does not have a lot of flat ground, for kids to just do those types of street skating elements, right? This has more area than Hawthorne would there. So each one of them is going to be a little bit different, but I think that's where the creativity in the design goes is this is going to be something that's not like any other park, although certain elements are going to be similar.
Okay, thank you. Also then, in the design, I don't think it was mentioned, it was probably not there, but is there going to be lighting in the skate park area? Are we going to offer any like nighttime activities for skating or?
At this point, there's no lighting. That would definitely, raise the price even more than what it is. But it would be more of a dusk to dawn type park where we would open the gates in the morning and then, like we do for other parks, we would close the gates when it got dark. One that keeps it a little bit quieter for the neighbors that are surrounding. We do have neighbors directly across the street, residences across the street. But I think the goal now is a park without lights.
Okay. Also, in the minutes that were attached to the staff report, several of the council members asked about the community input. So I just wanted to get a little notion of the community input that was gathered. Did we talk to local skateboarders for their opinion or for their,
So we had 3 separate community meetings. The first was hosted by the Youth Advisory Committee. We had a Saturday community input session over in the Hoffman Community Center that drew about 30 to 35 people, I think, at that meeting. And then we had a meeting with the Parks, Recreation, and Social Services Commission. In addition to that, we did public surveys where you could go on the Spawn Ranch website or the David Volz Design website and complete a survey. That way it was done electronically. You didn't have to go to a meeting in order to do that. We also sent the surveys to the local schools, highlighting the middle schools, where we got a lot of feedback from middle school students about, well, some of them, not all of them are skaters. You'd be surprised the small percentage of students that skateboard. But the ones that do skateboard were able to submit their ideas, their requests, what they'd like to see in the park. So yeah, we did, I think, a pretty good job with outreach. But, did we get everybody? It's tough to do so, but I think, Brian and his team put together, a lot of the feedback that they received and came up with this design.
Okay. And my final question is, have we considered about the future cost of regular maintenance and repairs to the park and to the youth center?
There will definitely need to be a separate budget discussion on operational costs that includes staff at the teen center. So while my department would supervise it, we're not currently staffed to be able to do so. So we'd be coming back with the budget requesting staff to directly oversight. That means the staff that are there whenever it's open, but also the staff that would be there kind of behind the scenes doing the programming and planning and working with the different organizations on creating partnerships. As far as maintenance, that's also something we'll be working with Parks or Public Works on, is to put a component in there that helps cover the maintenance costs for the occasional pressure washing and sweeping and trash and graffiti removal or whatever it is that comes from not just the skate park but the teen center as well, because we'll be bringing a brand new facility online, if you will. I know the municipal services and cable offices are there, but we're adding a whole new set of buildings and rooms and so forth.
Okay. And one more thing, it just reminded me. I look at it as maybe like a hangout center for the youth, but I would like to see it more of an educational type of center. I don't know if you visited the Hive on 60th and Central. Are you familiar with that area?
Not if that's a teen center, no, I have not.
So in this warehouse converted to like a teen center, where schools can take actual field trips because they have like a room with 40 computers that they do coding, then another room where they're doing individual projects like Makerspace that was mentioned. And also they have a gaming room and a music room. So I don't know if we've thought that far into the future or if that's something maybe we could do so that way our schools can take advantage of it, maybe offer some classes.
So the classes is definitely something that we want to program in, and that's part of what the Development and Resource Center was about, was having a universal space with modular furniture that can be moved around and shifted, whether it be proctoring testing, for college prep, or, doing in-service activities, where you have a speaker come and they can all set up. We have the multi-purpose room that can be used not only by the teens for the teen programs, but also as an overflow room for municipal services. If they need a room, they can just come downstairs and use that room. But for the most part, the Development and Resource Center is exactly going to be whatever it is we need to bring in to engage these students. What is it that they want? If they want computers and if they want to do coding, that might be a little bit more challenging because we'd have to bring in computers or laptops, tablets, whatever. But we would want to work with our existing resources and partner with the library because the library has a team, as Michelle said, the library has a whole teen advisory committee. If they want to do cooking classes, it may not necessarily be held here at the Teen Center building, but we can meet there, do some classroom work, and then walk across the street to the Hoffman Community Center where we have a full-service kitchen where they could do some cooking. So the idea would be to try to take advantage of all the resources we have in the area to provide whatever it is that the kids are asking for. So I think the key thing for me, once the doors of this facility open, is who is going to be leading that charge. So we need to bring in someone with teen center experience that can help engage the students in a way that, okay, what do you want to do while you're here, right? It's easy to open the doors and they can come in and watch some TV after school or play some video games and grab some snacks, but that's only a small portion of what I think this building can really be about for the community is what are we bringing in to engage them? The job fairs, the college fairs, having different groups come out to engage the students. I just happened to meet someone today that was in our lobby talking about she wants to teach classes on drones, aviation related stuff. How do we partner with all these individuals in the community and make those things come alive here in the building? So it's really going to be about the staff that are engaging the students. I spent quite a few years working at a teen center. Myself and the Youth Advisory Committee, we traveled around to a few other teen centers in the area to see what kind of varied between the different centers. And they had a great idea, okay, this is what we want to see in our center. So yes, so much of it is going to be engagement once the doors open. And, if we had an unlimited budget and unlimited space, I would love to do all the things that the Hive did. But I think we're going to do the best we can with this resource because it is going to be something very magical for the youth in our community. But we got to have the right staff to do it. We got to have the right multi-purpose use type facilities so that no matter what they want to do, we'll find a way to do it in this center.
And one final question. Do you see any of the space as rentable space?
There is the potential, and in working with BOA, Kyle and his team, we did want to create it so if we did need to use it just as rentable space, we can section off the area that's just the teen center and maybe use the multi-purpose rooms for meeting rooms for nonprofit groups or things like that in the community. But our priority is servicing the teens, and then when the teen center is not being used for teen-related activities, that is a potential to help, with some revenue offset.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Suarez.
I just had a resident ask a question about the library garden, making sure it's going to stay there.
I'm sorry, but no. We did mention that with the librarians, and some of them were sad for sure. I do think there are opportunities, though. There is some other space in between the two buildings. Once the demolition occurs, that maybe it can be recreated in another form or fashion. And that would be hopefully a partnership opportunity where we also could get the teens involved in, like a gardening program if we could.
And you might want to reach out to our local garden center too, because they're very hands-on with workshops and whatnot. And then I had
And composting.
Exactly. And then I had similar ideas of, because I'm very much a crafter myself, and so that is one of the ways I channel a lot of things for myself. So I think it's important to have activities that the kids can express themselves and whatnot. And I will happily teach a knitting or crochet class if you need.
It really is about finding the right staff and the right partners to come in and interact, and that a lot of that comes from the kids that show up and engaging them, and it's word of mouth. Once you get a core group of participants that can tell their friends, hey, come on Tuesday, we're doing this. But yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking to think, okay, there's a lot that needs to happen before we can do that, but it's also super exciting when you think about all of the good that can be done in the center.
Yeah, council member, you hit the nail on the hammer on the nail. Is it the hammer on the nail or the nail on the hammer?
The nail on the head.
Nail on the head. When you mentioned that you would like for it to be more of an educational opportunities presented. Well, it's funny that you mentioned the hive, because I came up with this idea after visiting the hive.
Okay, great.
And I understand what you're talking about because I've been there like 3 times, like in different events or what have you, through my former job. Well, I'm actually on leave now, but through my former job, we took a tour of that, the councilwoman from LA, which is my boss, Heather Hutt. And I understand they got the computers there, stuff like that, and they have competitions as well. It's multifaceted, state of the art, and that was my vision for this. That's why we call it a youth development center and not a teen center. I noticed that you guys call it a teen center, and I was wondering throughout your document if you going to refer to it as a teen center, because I don't want it referred to it as a teen center, because I want the youth development center, because I want to impress on people's mentality that this is a youth development center, not a place just to hang out. Mm-hmm. Now, there's a place for that, because as you can see, there's amenities for that. But more importantly, it's for development. Mm-hmm. Because you don't want, my vision is for this youth development center is for the youth to attend, and not just to hang out, but to have conferences and training, stuff like that, so that when you're no longer a youth, you can say you got something out of it, mm-hmm. rather than hanging out, which is a place for that, right? Right. And that's why we got the skateboard part, stuff like that, incorporated in here. But yeah, thank you for noticing that, and I appreciate that. Okay, let's see. Who else got something they want to say on this item? Is this the file and receive?
It's review and approve.
Review and approve.
We would love for the commission or the council to give us some direction if this is what you envisioned in terms of the project. Ideally, with your blessing tonight, we can start moving forward with the next phase, which is the creation of construction documents, which will require RFP and selection of architect to do that. And you may or may not have noticed a small funding gap of about a couple $2 million that, I know working with the architect and trying to get it down from the original $14.5 million to where we're at now, just under 11.5, there's still a gap. And so if the council has direction on filling that gap before we start down this process, that the time is flying by in terms of meeting some of the project deadlines and the grant deadlines for some of our funding. Okay. And so yes, it is about approval of this as a conceptual design to keep us moving.
Okay, let's hear from.
No, he brought the question up. Yeah, we're like a $2 million shortfall in the design. So maybe we get to number 13, we can figure that out. Maybe we'll go after our new state senator and our assembly lady and ask for some money from them. But you brought the question up, thanks.
But it have to be budgeted.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we could always try to figure out where the shortfall.
Yeah.
We could get it. I would just like to approve
Yeah.
staff recommendation.
Mayor,
So I
council,
would motion that.
we can move forward with our grant money that we have now and the parks money, and we can
And then-
budget fill it back
Yeah.
Yeah.
over the next year or so as we get closer to finishing and come up with some kind of, try to get some more grants, some more LA County grant money, parks money, and then other type of funding mechanisms.
There's probably more out there that we don't know, so if no one opposes, I would like to motion to proceed with staff recommendation.
I'll second it.
Quick question for the point of approving this. As it stands now, however, it's going to show as a general fund until we can locate those sources?
That's correct.
Okay, so the motion's been made by Mr. Pat Kearney.
No. I seconded, didn't I?
No, yeah.
Yes, Councilmember Cuevas made the motion.
I'm a little confused now.
Now, Cuevas made the motion and you seconded.
Can I ask one more question? Is there a possibility of doing like a fundraiser or something in the future to raise some of the funds, or I don't know? I think we've looked in that in the past, and I can't remember the.
We could definitely look at some type of fundraiser. One of my agencies did that for their city hall, so we could look at obviously trying to raise money funds towards it as well. We could look at all options.
Okay, and then also include the Parks and Rec Commission if they have any funds, maybe too.
Definitely, thank you.
Maybe they could donate a portion, Parks and Recs could donate a portion of their funds.
I know what
Well,
their
that's
fund
not on-
balance is right now, and
Well, that's
that
not
won't
on the
help very
agenda.
much, but
But-
I can bring it up to them, for sure.
It might be half of a skate park.
I'll catch you afterwards.
And to remind you that that was not direction because that's not on the agenda.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So, and it has to be on the agenda in order.
It's all good.
It's all good. Okay, there's been a motion on the floor, and there's a motion seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, would the council please vote?
For item number 7, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we're now on item 8, emergency alert registration process. Let's have the staff report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and distinguished members of the City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you this evening. The staff report you have before you is regarding the emergency alert registration process. As this council is aware, we currently use the regional alert system known as Everbridge. Everbridge allows us to send mass messaging to our residents through various platforms, including email, cell phones, landlines, fax machines, et cetera, in multiple languages in the event of a natural or man-made disaster. The registration process for Everbridge is quite simple. There are flyers on all of our media platforms, including Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and on our city's website. There's a QR code attached to the flyer. Our residents just need to open the flyer, scan the QR code with their cell phones, and they can download the registration process very quickly. We practiced today. It only takes about 45 seconds, and they just put in whatever information they want. For some of our residents who are not so computer savvy or who would just feel better calling us, we do allow staff to take that information. They can call the Municipal Services Department and give us their information, and anything they want to include, we'll update for them manually. And with that, I would also like to take this moment to introduce our newest member of the Municipal Services Department. Dr. Yoon Ah-shin comes from a diverse cultural background, having grown up in Korea and moving to the United States to pursue a PhD in public policy, specializing in emergency management at the University of Pittsburgh. During her PhD training, she participated in various emergency management projects in Indonesia, West Africa, South Korea, and the United States. With extensive research experience in emergency management, she has joined Lawndale as our newest emergency preparedness coordinator to collaborate with residents in strengthening community resilience. Dr. Shin is right here. Yoon and I can answer any questions you have about this system.
How did we?
It's a tie.
Ladies first.
Do we have any idea of how many residents have?
There's several hundred right now. This is an opt-in system, so people have to volunteer their information. We have been actively recruiting at neighborhood watch meetings. We've gone to Jason's senior luncheons and spoke. We'll continue to do some of that. We've also gone to businesses to recruit. It is challenging to get information, especially in times when people are, as Chelsea said, afraid to go out and go to school. So giving information to a government agency is sometimes frightening. So
Slowly they're signing up.
slowly, yeah, exactly. And again, we are limiting the amount of messaging we're putting out. We don't. I get daily messages from our regional disaster coordinator on surf conditions, smog reports, things like that. We don't want to bombard our residents with that information because we don't want them to dismiss information in a true crisis. So, but yeah, several hundred are signed up, including all members of the council, all staff members, and all commissioners and committee members.
Thank you. And welcome.
I just want to say I got your email for a club that we belong to. So it's already coming out. I'm already signed up. It's a great opportunity for everybody to do it. I would recommend everybody in the audience to do it tonight. It's very easy. Even this old dude could do it, so I know you can all do it. Mhm. Okay.
Yeah, speaking of that, I just have a question regarding folks signing up. How do you conduct the outreach on that?
Like I said, it's on all our social media websites. It's on Twitter, on Facebook. It's on the city's website. We also, at every neighborhood watch meeting, we have a sign-up sheet, and I introduce myself at the neighborhood watch and invite people to sign up for that. We have gotten recruiting that way. Dr. Shin has gone to local businesses and contacted businesses and introduced herself and gotten people to sign up so that merchants can also be alerted to emergencies.
And I know, for instance, you have the elected officials here signed up automatically.
Yes.
But do you have the elected officials on the school boards?
No, but we imagine we have some. Well, I mean, I don't have a complete list of who we've gotten, actually, but we can certainly.
Why don't you reach out to them
Yeah.
personally? Here, why don't you come up to the mic?
Yeah, so far we have reached out to school district and to get a support to display our flyers on their school board, but it hasn't been posted yet. I think they are still in the process to displaying the flyers.
Okay.
So I will follow up and make sure that all those flyers are displayed in the schools.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. What is the staff recommendation on this?
Receive and file.
Staff recommendation, receive and file this report. Without objection, we shall receive and file this report.
Let's do it.
All right. The next item is solar LED blinking stop signs.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the community. At the request of City Council in a past meeting, staff reviewed the light emitting diode, LEDs, blinking stop signs available in the market today, and compile information that I'm going to talk about now. A little bit of interesting information, I think, is to talk about the stop signs history, a little bit for our, to know some trivia, I suppose. The first stop signs documented were installed in Michigan around 1915. Originally, stop signs were squared, measuring 2 by 2. They were yellow with black letters. The reflective material that we see today on stop signs that came about in 1948, and then 1954, or around that time, the stop signs started changing to the octagonal shape and red that we know today. In the 2000s is when stop signs first were used that had this light in the LED lights that we've seen here and there That's in California. Now, basically, an LED stop sign is a regular stop sign that it has a light on the face at all the corners. They have a solar panel to recharge batteries, and they're battery operated. The batteries last about 3 to 5 years, typically. Now, where to use LED stop signs? The interesting part here is the Manual of California of Uniform Traffic Control Devices for California tells us what we can use for the stop sign or governs what should be included in the stop sign, but it does not say where to use them. Therefore, where to use these stop signs lies on individual cities or counties. It's really up to us where we think they belong. And these locations are really based on traffic analysis or accident data. The typical use is intersections that they are deemed high risk for roll-throughs or blow-through where people just don't stop at the stop signs. However, because there are LED stop signs located in these places, it does not guarantee that they're going to stop that activity. The one thing that the traffic analysis, as I said, to find these locations, the one thing that people are in agreement is that the best places are where you don't have a straight line of sight to a stop sign, where the boulevard is too wide, for example, and you don't see it, or where there's no street lighting that may help you see these stop signs. And those are the typical locations. And as an example, I want to use Hawthorne Boulevard. If Hawthorne Boulevard did not have traffic lights, there would be stop signs, and that's already a wide street where this is what they're at least used in other states, not necessarily California, in situations like that, or where you just can't see it because it's a dark city. Now, the typical concerns that agencies face when stop signs are used in some local cities, as a matter of fact, is the excessive flashing of these stop signs. And because they are very close to the residences, there's complaints of that I had to buy new shades for the windows because the stop sign shines in my bedroom now. And those are actual concerns of previous agencies I've been at. And a little bit more about stop signs at intersections where there's curbs on either hilly curbs, vertical, or an actual curb on the road where the stop signs appears too quick as you're driving. Those are ideal locations, not necessarily a square grid city. The city has actually 494 stop signs, of which 444 stop signs are being replaced currently with the stop sign replacement, with the traffic sign replacement project. 444 are new stop signs. The cost of a powered LED stop sign, even though you can find some on the internet for $1,000, the real costs are $3,000 to $4,000 installed per stop sign. and at an intersection, you typically need more than one stop sign. You need 2, up to 4, depending the location. If we were to replace the stop signs at the city, we're looking at over $1 million if we were to replace them all. I know these are not necessarily the idea that the city has at this time. Staff extended a little bit this report to talk about the reflective tape or panels for the posts at traffic signs throughout the city. The most common one is putting tape on a stop sign. The tape basically is a 2 to 3 inch wide tape. You put it on the whole pole, or there's also a panel that you screw in to the poles to add reflectivity to the poles. There's local cities using them, but again, is where there's no street lighting, is where most commonly are used. The cost of adding one of these devices, either tape or a panel to a pole, ranges from $200 to $350 if we were to do it. And by the way, tape and panels also have an expiration date. It's between 3 to 10 years, and then you got to redo the project. That's all I have at this time. If you have any questions, please, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I have a few questions. Is there any data that supports that the blinking stop signs change driving habits of the drivers?
Thank you for that question. I found no data supporting that. It's not to educate the driver. It's really for the hard-to-see signs to say, hey, here, there's a blinking sign, please look at me.
Okay, and for the future, again, the cost of the batteries, are we taking into account, because if we put them up right now and make this expense, who's to say that in 5, 10 years, we're not gonna have the money to replace those batteries?
Absolutely. That's a reality that they really last that long, and a battery it's right now ranges between $300, $500. And by the way, something else to consider, a stop sign of this can get run over, and I, in another agency, replaced 3 times the same stop sign that kept getting run over, the new sign. So just a little anecdote there.
And maybe for our financial person here, the funds that we're gonna use to, if we choose to make this purchase, the 1.7 million, are those restricted or unrestricted funds? Could we use those funds anywhere else?
Thank you. Currently, I don't think there's really anything budgeted for this, so I'm not sure where the funding would come from at this point. Right now, it'd be general funds, so basically unrestricted unless there's some sort of grant monies or some other monies that we could use for this. We'd have to look into if we can use any of the other grant monies we get. I don't think we've gotten to that stage yet.
So if we decided not to do this, could we use those funds for our youth center?
So again, these funds, there are no funds there right now. Nothing's been put towards this yet. So there's no budget for this yet, so there is no funds per se.
There's no funds per se.
I mean, like, nothing's been allocated for this yet.
But there is funds to allocate.
I guess we'd have to look at it when we get to that point, where we get those funds from.
But these funds then are not, should we allocate them, they're not specifically for projects like street maintenance or street upkeep we could easily transfer these funds into our youth development center.
If those funds would be available, then possibly yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, Council, just to clarify, so this is not an allocated budget item, and right now, we don't have anything budgeted, so if the council directed so, to move forward with this signed proposal, we'd have to go from the general fund, or look at some of our existing monies we've already set aside for our signed programs, currently in process being replaced. So as of right now, we do not have anything allocated, and if the council designated, it would have to most likely come from the general fund.
But we have money in the general fund to allocate for this.
Should the council, the mayor and council decide to allocate, yes.
Thank you.
And just a little bit of information. I meant to open with today's report is not site-specific. It is really for information at this time. And later on, if there's a need, if council decides we want a project, at budget time is when we come up with recommendations to have a project for the science and so forth. But at this time is information for council to consider. That's
Thank you.
Okay, there is one of my questions. Scratch that off. Go ahead.
Okay. We're replacing 444 signs, stop signs right now?
Right now, it's currently being done,
So
yes.
that would be kind of an oxymoron to do new signs and then put these other new signs. I've driven over in Redondo Beach, take 166 across from your house down there, and behind the park, they have these signs, and every other car runs these stop signs. It's beautiful. Like, the neighbors complain, like you said, but they're not going to prevent people from stopping. And then on this red duct tape, I guess it is, you're going to have nothing but graffiti on these red tape. You'll be changing it every other day. So I would like to see more information brought back before we decide to spend any money. We don't, this is magical money we don't have, but we do have in the general fund, and come back with some kind of realization on these stop signs, and if they do curb running stop signs, but I know they don't over there. And this duct tape, it just, you can put Scotch tape on it, do the same thing. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, Councilwoman Suarez.
Thank you. I had a question for Director Rodriguez.
Thank you.
So it says, just to clarify off of Mayor Pro Tem Kearney's question about replacing all the signs, staff report says damaged stop signs. So are we only replacing damaged signs?
We're only replacing the old faded stop signs with the new reflective. I changed the number.
Okay.
We are replacing 444 out of 494 that we had at the city. Yes.
Okay, and then this, and I'm just trying to remember how this topic came about. And if I'm not mistaken, a resident had requested looking at, or was it someone came to the council meeting requesting? Okay.
Council member.
Okay, I'm just trying to remember where this came about. And then I guess my other question is then why is reflective and lights a thing if it's not effective? Then why is it even, why do people even do it, I guess?
Which portion, the tape or the reflective?
I guess
on the,
both. If they're not very effective, is it just like you said, for roads that curve, it's just to say, hey, there's a stop sign? Or is that
the lights on the signs, I'm gonna give you the best example I have right now of location, also in the city of Redondo Beach, on the promenade, because people are looking somewhere else, not necessarily directly. Those stop signs have been very recently replaced, the whole drive, because it's a reminder. People are not really looking forward, and maybe there's another place on another coastal city where it's a dark sky city, and you just don't see the stop signs. It's ideal to install this, but the neighbors didn't want them because it doesn't match the city. In the city of Hermosa Beach, these were installed in neighborhoods and in a selective area where there was enough data, I suppose, to say we needed one. But the neighbors all around, they just didn't like them at the end. One was removed, one was kept because it's a very wide road where it was just hard to see the stop sign. It's too much to the side. Therefore, that one had no complaints, and it serves the purpose. I don't know if people stop more or not than before.
Okay, so it's more of just a visual thing of there's a stop sign
Visual.
here. But whether or not people actually obey that, it's a whole nother.
Different story.
Okay. And then I didn't know if there was any public comments anyone wanted to make. That was all I had.
Well, let me add this before I open it up to public comments. Speaking of the reflective tape, I noticed that the reflective tape, about $350 per pole for installation of reflective tapes. I'm wondering, I know those work because I've seen it before in different cities, right? And I know those work. I don't know about the flashing stuff like that, if the cost benefit work. But I noticed that the reflective tape works in terms of knowing that there's a stop sign ahead, because you can see it up ahead, right?
Yep.
When your light hit that, you don't have to be at that stop sign, but when your light goes forward, right, and you can see that there's a stop sign up ahead, and you know that there's a stop sign up ahead, and you know to govern yourself accordingly, and not to just blow through it, especially at night. So I would like to see us do the reflective tape at least.
We could do a pilot project on purchasing some tape and putting it in some key locations or try something.
Yeah.
Again, is the direction you will provide and will implement it. And we can test the graffiti theory because, as you know, we're cleaning graffiti daily everywhere. So maybe it's another place to graffiti. I don't know.
Okay. Let's hear from Matthew Orbison.
I have a question.
Let's hear from. Can you hold it?
I could hold.
Yeah, hold it. Hold it.
What are we holding?
Let's hear from the public.
Okay.
Good evening again. So from what I understand, stop signs are meant for those who want to stop. And in general, people who don't want to stop are not going to stop. And in general, residents of a city usually blow by the stop signs because they're in an area that they know, nobody's around, they go flying through. When I go visit people and I'm trying to find where they're at, I'm very aware of what's around and looking for stop signs. And I understand it. I don't know if we have a street wide enough that needs a flashing light, or we have a corner where we need one, a flashing one, especially since we have bumps in the road to indicate that some of them are coming up. But definitely to your point about the metal channels around that, I was one of the residents who brought that up a while ago. And it is true, especially in Lawndale, when we have that fog layer that settles in, sometimes the sign is there, but you see a red post up the way, you know, okay, I'm coming up on something that's going to indicate I need to stop. And I would definitely say that it would be something that we should look into, not necessarily for the Lawndale residents, because the Lawndale residents are often, or the people who drive through Lawndale, excuse me, it's not always Lawndale resident. People are cutting through Lawndale to go from one end of Hawthorne Boulevard to Prairie or something like that. And so as a result, we need to have something that will keep our residents safe from people who are coming into our community looking to visit grandma or going to see something, but they don't see the sign, or they're moving and there are kids running around. And so I'm looking not at the residents of Lawndale, because hopefully we're all law-abiding citizens and it's the other people who aren't. But where I'm going is that when people come here, I'd like them to make sure that they stop at our stop signs. And at night, especially over where I'm at, and that's over by Green School, and anywhere there's a large area of grass, when that fog starts settling in, if people are coming to see their kids perform at a school function or something, and they're looking for parking, looking for where those stop signs are will be important. And having red posts, post covers to indicate that, okay, there's a stop sign here, or if it's a not through street, a yellow post to indicate, okay, there's a yield sign or something that indicates a yellow sign. Gardina's done a really good job in putting these around a lot of the residential areas. And I've also started to see them in some other cities as well. But the graffiti is what the graffiti is going to be. I'm not a fan of the tape. I do like the metal U that goes all the way around, easier to clean off. But I definitely think we should be looking at the safety of our residents and not looking at the budgets.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Andrew Blackney, resident Lawndale, and amateur street infrastructure enthusiast. So I just want to provide some information to the City Council. So the flashing lights, actually, there was a study by the, I'm gonna butcher it, I think it's National it's the Federal Highway Administration version in England, and it showed there's a negative correlation between flashing stop signs and people improving their responsiveness, meaning that that when you install these, it tends to worsen the situation than improve them, as opposed to the retroflective tape. So a different study by the National Highway System, which is the Canadian version of our Federal Highway Administration, and that showed there was a slight correlation between that. And the main reason for that is because it's increasing the visibility that you're seeing. So when you're looking, as Matt mentioned, you're looking for parking, you're looking for things. Your focus is not on in an upward direction where a stop sign tends to be. It is now going to be in a lower direction because you're looking for parking, looking at people and stuff like that. And so it tends to draw your attention more there. And also, those are reflective materials. So similar to, I don't know if you've noticed this on stop signs, but the stop sign is illuminated when you put a light on it, but it's not illuminated when it's not. And that's because the light is reflecting back towards the object that's offering light. And so that's some of the science there behind it. That being said, I think that the reflective tape is, or not the reflective tape, but the plastic portion around it is a good measure because it's relatively cheap and effective. These flashing lights, they have a negative correlation to them. They're expensive, and I think you can get a better bang for your buck by trying to do some road redesign on that. And I know that's more expensive, but it can be done sparingly, and over time, it saves you money.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Just to add to that, Patrick Fallon, Lawndale resident, with the stop signs being in different areas here, different weather conditions, the reflective tape, what other options we're looking at, regardless, as far as funding sources go, I would imagine there may be either private or state grant funding, perhaps to be looked into applying for as part of bigger state initiatives towards zero fatalities and traffic deaths and the like. Likewise, federal funding may not be as reliable in the coming years as it has once been. So looking towards those sources, studies around, you've seen expansion of autonomous driving, things like that. Perhaps there's a partnership with one of these companies that's gathering data that, again, could help pay for some of these resources. Likewise, some of the streets may be part of a Caltrans, et cetera. So I'm sure it's on your list already, but just to reiterate that as far as finding that funding gap, it would be great if there is a program out there for traffic fatalities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, yes, ma'am.
You sure?
Yeah, yeah, you first.
You done holding it?
I would like to see if, could we buy the tape ourselves and test it in a couple of poles, just ourselves, not have someone install it, just
We can do that.
try it out, maybe in an area where the schools are located, where, you know, at night, I don't know, in the evening it's dark, kids are still at after-school programs, and we could test that. I don't think it's going to cost us $200 to buy a roll of the reflective tape to test it.
No, no, it won't. The roll is about 200 and it covers many poles. If we did it ourselves, the price, by the way, the $200 per, it's staff time in going there because calculated that you can do an intersection maybe in an hour carefully. And therefore, it's an hourly rate plus the material.
So if the rest of council approves it, then we could test it by buying a roll of the reflective tape and see, you know, test it, do a survey in the next 2-3 months and see if that works. And if it works, then we could look into budgeting more funds towards the rest of the city. But my idea would be doing it near schools, like Environmental School District, Smith, Mitchell, Jane Addams, our local schools, and see if a roll could do, 12 stops, 14 stops, then we'll have a better idea.
Sure.
Go ahead, and I'll add to that.
Yeah,
After the councilwoman.
If you do that scenario, do you have to do at the four-way stops, you'd be required to do, is there any like requirements where you'd have to do each of the four or like?
There's no requirement of where to install any of these.
Okay. And then my next suggestion would be is that, as one of the residents mentioned, as we look at, for example, we keep talking about the local travel network, as we do stuff like that, there may be grant money or budgets to implement some of these things into those, like measure, is it measure R that or measure M? I can't remember which one. I think it's M that it comes from. You might be able to budget some of them to do certain pockets of area to start off at the very least.
Okay, going back to the councilwoman Cuevas's idea for a pilot project, using the highly reflective tape at $200 per pole, including staff time. But it seemed like to me you would get more bang out of your buck by using the reflective panels because they last around 7 years, longer than the tape, if we're so inclined to do it. I mean, I don't know how much they cost. $350 per pole.
Material itself is less, and they probably come in 10 packs. Right? Instead of a roll, it's probably a 10-pack of panels that we could do a test with either material or with both materials for that matter and see what works best.
Yeah, let's do it with both materials. If that's okay. If that's okay with this body.
But prior to making a decision, I would like to know how many poles we're looking at. You know, maybe staff could go out and say, we need, on 147th, we'll just need 147th, not Greville or Mansell, just straight away. That way we could have a better idea of how much we're gonna spend. I don't know if that's something.
Mayor, Council, what we can do is I can work with staff, and we'll go to the schools and the surrounding main streets. We'll pick some intersections from each opposing end around the schools. We'll bring it back to you guys for final consideration, tape, or the reflective panels. And we'll have a hard number for you. Sure, it's not going to be that expensive. We can find some money in the current budget. We have Measure M money, and we can look at utilizing that and then testing it out around the schools and the streets. And then we can give you a map and show you where we're proposing it, and you guys can make the changes and with input from the residents, and then we'll go from there. Is that amenable?
Yeah, because I did the math, and if we were to do all 444 stop signs, it would be about $89,000. And that, I think, is too much. But if we do just the hybrid, test it out, and then we could start budgeting a section at a time of the city.
Sounds good. We can, if that's the will of the council, we can definitely do that.
And we would only need consensus on that tonight.
Oh, okay.
I'm okay.
So do we have
Bring it
consensus?
back.
Yeah, bring it back.
Yeah. All right. So we have consensus on that item.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. Okay, we're on item 10. Regional Early Action Plan.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Vice Chair and Council Member. So this item is the Regional Early Action Plan, also known as REAP-2 grant. It's a program objective discussion. So the REAP is administered by HCD. It's a grant program. And this grant is a land use grant intended to meet housing needs, sustainability, and reduce vehicle miles traveled. So HCD gives SCAG, which is the Southern California Association of Government. It covers Los Angeles, Orange County, Riverside, San Bernardino, and Imperial. They were allocated about $231 million, and the SCAG offered some monies to the South Bay City's Council of Government. So the South Bay Council of Government is inquiring about REAP 2.0. REAP 2.0 is, their policy is to accelerate infill housing, support efforts for affirmatively further fair housing, which is kind of affordable housing and a mix of other uses, and reduce VMTs. So based on this program, the COG is asking for cities to volunteer 2 sites, and the program is to redevelop and do infill housing development of existing gas stations right now. The city does have 7 gas stations, and so it would be a discussion of would we volunteer 2 sites for a feasibility study to redevelop gas stations into housing. Staff does have concerns about the REAP 2.0 grant procedural requirements. There are concerns about converting commercial uses into housing. As stated in the staff report, we have only about 38 acres of commercial acres of land, which is only 3%, and we would be losing more commercial land in order to develop infill housing. So one of the first program is Accelerate Infill Housing, and this is staff's concerns about it. We have 7 gas stations. The program is intended to redevelop deteriorated shopping centers and abandoned gas stations. We don't have that site, so we wouldn't really fulfill the requirement for infill housing, and we haven't really did any outreach to see if anyone was willing to participate when you have deteriorated shopping centers, property owners are willing to get public investment so that they can get a return on their property and they benefit for the infill. In our cases, our 7 gas stations are scattered throughout small corners. Our commercial centers are in line where it's kind of small and not large in aggregate size. So that's one of the reasons why we wouldn't really meet the accelerate infill housing. Affirmative further fair housing is a element that's part of our general plan. So our general plan and local land use control tells us what we do. Under the REAP grant, when you accept money from regional governments, you may have to follow policies that we may not be aware of. So in terms of this item,
Thank you.
staff is providing that summary as well. And reduce vehicle miles traveled. I did look at some of the past funding projects that the REAP had. It was a lot of, various other partnership programs with the county, various bike lanes scattered through the region, transportation corridors. So it wouldn't, conversion of gas stations wouldn't really reduce VMTs for the city. So in general, staff is available to discuss REAP 2.0. There are 4 recommendations for the council to consider. Staff is available to answer any questions that we have. And once again, staff has concerns about the loss of commercial spaces and sales tax because commercial conducts only about 3 to 4% of the total land acres within the city.
Councilwoman Bernadette Suarez.
Hi, thank you. So and for those of you out there, the South Bay Cities Council of Government, I sit on the board of directors, and so I am somewhat familiar with the REAP, or the Regional Early Action Plan. So I just wanted to point a few things out on the staff report. It mentions here, Phase 2 study is particularly focused on redevelopment of gas stations and underutilized retail commercial sites for conversion into high-density housing development. It's not high density, so I'm not sure why that's in there. Also, the list of participating cities in the program, most of those are from the REAP 1 study. So the only cities that are actually doing REAP 2 are Torrance and I think Carson. And then the other thing that I wanted to mention with regards to this is when the request went out, it was that the gas stations were of particular interest, but not necessarily requiring them to be either or. The first REAP study was actually very interesting. I went through it, and what the program was is, and I know it mentions in here we have our own housing element that we've updated. We update every 7 years. So our housing element, from what I understand, and I think we still haven't approved the zoning code, by the way, but the overlay already identifies areas that are underutilized that we could build potentially into housing. And so this program is you identify a couple properties, and then what they do is they go to developers, they look at what the market will basically allow for. So they'll consult with a variety of different people to see what can this be developed into. There were a few on there that I think Carson, where they looked at areas that they said, okay, we can put housing in here, but we can also put some retail space. Because the objective of it is to, like you said, reduce vehicles mile travel. So get people in places that have access to retail space or places where people can shop and they can get there without having to drive their car. So part of the study also looked at, can the infrastructure support that as well? They looked at the sewer lines, they looked at the water, they looked at all of that to see, does this space, what can accommodate it? And then they also talked to developers and people, would you be interested? If you were, what would you develop? Sometimes developers may not go to a spot just because the money doesn't pencil in. And part of this looks at, yes, we want to do affordable housing, but how are we going to get the funds for that? And that's one thing the COG studies too, is how can we get funds to build affordable housing and whatnot. So I think this one, with all due respect, the report, it doesn't quite explain what the REAP 2 program and the REAP 1 kind of what it went. I think it wasn't necessarily to build a bunch of housing units. It was very carefully looked at those plots of the lands, and the cities identify which areas. So for example, if we have a building that's been sitting vacant for a while or whatnot, we could say, hey, can you take a look at this? What would go here so that we can put it in? It also is a lot of work from what I understand. There's a lot of staff time involved in this, so I would understand on that aspect, maybe not pursuing it at this time, but I just wanted to give a little better explanation of the way that I saw it and looking at the REAP 1 and how they did that report. It was very actually useful. So I just wanted to explain it a little better to my colleagues.
Okay, thank you for that.
I'm withdrawing. Tired.
Okay.
Councilmember Frank.
Thank you. Everyone dropped out on me. Okay, so, well, thank you, Council Member Suarez, for the correction or the explanation. Because when I read the staff report, the three words that really threw me were the high-density housing. So if this isn't accurate, maybe we should come back with an accurate description of what exactly the program is about, because I just want to say that I really am against high-density housing. And if it was a vote for today, I would not be voting for this. But if it's true or if it's correct what Bernadette is telling us, then maybe this is a possibility. But as it stands now, I wouldn't vote for this.
I think we might kind of be past the deadline. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump it, but I think they're already looking for submissions. So by the time we would have that discussion, I would recommend at this time seating it out. I'm sure this program in the future will come back, but I think they're already looking at the expiration for submitting their proposals.
Yeah. Okay.
He canceled again?
Yeah.
He likes pushing that button.
Okay, so what? So let me see.
I will say one thing, though. If you
did.
haven't read
You
the
did.
REAP 1, I would recommend looking at it. It's very interesting.
Okay, so let's order the REAP 1.
So, Mayor, Council, are you wanting us to inform the COG that at this time, we're not?
Yes.
With the direction is we're not interested in participating at this time?
And I'll make that motion. Okay. I make the motion
You don't need to make a motion.
to stock recommendation number 2, I believe it is.
Yes.
Staff communicate with
Number
executive.
2.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so the motion's been made and seconded that we go with direct staff to communicate with the executive director of the South Bay Council of Governments in the city that is interested in participating in the REAP 2.0 grant program. Any discussion on the motion?
Frank, I did. Councilman Talavera.
Yeah, I know. I called the motion.
Okay.
He seconded.
Okay.
No, he wants to do a motion because it says right here.
Yeah, we do need like a formal action on the direction to set out, but thank you for.
Okay.
Frank second.
Yeah, no, he seconded. The motion is on the floor. We're going to ask the city clerk to conduct the vote.
For item number 10, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, 11, approval the disposal of 2 vehicles, 1 air compressor and 1 traffic message board.
Lucho again.
Hello again. Public Works Director Lucho Rodriguez with a staff report to approve the disposal of 2 vehicles and some equipment. On an annual basis, staff performs a need assessment of what needs to be repaired or what needs to be discarded of. On October of last year, I presented to council the need to replace 2 natural gas trucks that we had. Now it's time to send them to auction, now that we have the replacements in place. They will be sent to Ken Porter Auctions, who we deal with, and they honor the state bid arrangement process. This means that every dollar of the sale comes to the city, to our general fund. In addition to the 2 trucks, we have 2 pieces of equipment that are just not working right now, and it's more expensive to fix them than send them to auction. And that's an air compressor and a traffic message board for the messaging for construction and so forth. That's a staff report. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Approve the sale of 2 vehicles, 1 air compressor and 1 traffic message board. What is the?
If there's no questions
What is
or
that?
comments, I'll make a motion to go to staff
I'll
recommendation.
second that.
The motion's been made by Kearney and approved by Cuevas. I was like, what's your name again? Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, would the council please vote?
For item number 11, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Number 12, discussion of the existing software used by city departments.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. This item is a joint presentation between Community Development, Public Works, Finance, and Municipal Services. So at one time, we all used City View for various city services. However, Municipal Service and Finance, migrated to Citizen Serve, and they promised a lot of things, and they weren't able to fulfill all of the promises. So after a couple years of using Citizen Serve, there are now issues where people records isn't properly being maintained. If you search it, your records doesn't come up. So Municipal Services and Finance can talk a little bit more about it. So the intent of this discussion is getting council's direction if the council prefers to have the departments in one uniform city software, or to keep the status quo where the existing departments can use their preferred software, and then, for example, Municipal Service, if they want to look for another vendor for animal control, code enforcement records, they're able to do so. And same for Finance in terms of their business license tracking system. The current annual cost for CityView right now is $25,500, and Citizen Serve is $28,800. So staff, any of the staff director is available to provide a summary of how their department utilized the existing software. Staff is asking for council's directions on preference comments about our existing services, and staff is available to answer any questions.
Mayor, council, I have something to add to the report real quick. So we received direction from the council to look at adding additional services a few months ago to CityView. This has been a long administrative issue in the city that happened 2 administrations ago. We switched, as Peter mentioned, over to CitizenServe to try them out. Unfortunately, it has not worked out. During that process, council asked staff to look at City View and adding additional services so people can see their project being tracked. Well, since we have MSD has now gone off City View and finance is on CitizenServe. They're both using CitizenServe. Community Development and Community Development Public Works are still using City View. So what we're seeking tonight is, like Peter mentioned, we need direction from you. Before we go forward buying more services for tracking, we want to get direction from the council. Do you want, and we provided that, do you want us to stay with the status quo of City View, add additional services and try and expand it? Do you want us to go out for an RFP, look for other services, maybe they're cheaper out there? Or do you want to allow us to just work on different, the problem is MSD and community development are not on the same software anymore. And it's becoming problematic. It's been an issue for the last couple of years, and the problem hasn't been resolved, and we have not been getting the services as promised by the CitizenServe. So we're looking for direction from the council. What do you want to do? It's a big, huge problem. It's been festering, and we need to get direction on it. Thank you.
Okay, Bernadette Suarez.
I have direction that I would like to take, but I'm going to ask the questions first because I think we have to allow for public comment if anyone wants to speak. My question is, for all of these departments, the contracts that we currently have with CityView and CitizenServe, when do those expire, or are we able to opt out of them early should we want to?
I'll try to answer that. So I don't have the City View contract. Obviously, we have to give them a notification. I don't have the contracts in front. CitizenServe, I've not looked at those contracts, what those tenants are and the requirements. I'd have to check with the city attorney, but I definitely could look into that for you and get back to the council. I'm sure there's some termination clause. We can look at looking at those clauses, what the requirements are.
Okay, and then I have direction I'd like to take, but I'm going to wait because I know we have to allow for public comment if anyone.
Okay, go ahead.
Is there a software that covers all departments that could be utilized? And when you combine both CityView and Citizen together, comes out to about the same cost? And if so, well, I'll let you know after, I guess, public comments where I'm going.
We definitely could look at that. I know I've heard from staff in MSD that have been researching on their own, and there's apparently firms out there that are much cheaper than CityView and CitizenServe, and we put our feelers out there. If that's the direction of the council, we can look at that. The only caution I would have is CitizenServe, without getting us in trouble with the city attorney, they promised a lot, and they have not been able to deliver. That's my only concern is if we switch out. We had problems. Something came up a few months ago. Council asked us to look into it. We found out some of the documents from CityView did not get transferred to CitizenServe. So, but we could definitely look at that.
But we also have to look and see cancellation policies, because if we're tied in for another 3 years, whether we want to go ahead and switch, we can't. We're tied in. Unless they are not providing us with the service that we signed up for.
We definitely need to look at, as both council members have mentioned, look at the termination contract clauses, correct?
Okay, Frank.
Okay. Well, I just think that communication is very important between the departments. And I think that came up in one of the last council meetings where they weren't communicating. There was no way to see what's going on at CityView and see what's going on at CitizenServe. But in order for us to function efficiently, we need to be able to communicate department through department. And so I was also puzzled at one of the recommendations here. One is, should staff continue using CityView and migrate all departments, but there wasn't an option of continuing using CitizenServe citizen serve and migrate all departments. Is it to assume that we don't want citizen serve? And I would say, Michael, your department uses citizen serve, and I don't hear you fighting for it. But you know.
Yeah, I was going to, thank you, Councilmember. I just speak on that briefly. So we are 3 divisions within our department. There's parking, there's animal control, and there's code. Code is okay with citizen serve. It's functional. Animal control has had quite a bit of difficulties, and that was the division where migration failed to be updated. So it's very difficult for staff to work with citizen serve in the animal department. More so, though, I think it's a number of failures that hurt the residents, because the residents try to pay their dog license. They have the information. They'll ask us to look it up, and we can't find it. And part of the reason, I think, with the problem with migration data input was that if you don't search in certain fields, you can't find it. So we have to look by just the dog license. We can't find it by address. We can't find it by name. We can't find it by the owner's name or the dog's name. So there's a lot of problems for our residents, which is why I'm not fighting for citizen serve. We gave them some time to be good, and they overpromised and never delivered. They've been lacking on tech support, and overall it just wasn't a system. It didn't rise to the level that they promised. So
And City View is workable in your departments?
City View is what we used before. At the time, we didn't go with City View because I don't think they did the code enforcement needs. But I couldn't speak to what they're at now. But it was functional when we used it.
Thank you.
Bernadette Suarez.
Yeah, my question is, I'm not sure if I should save it for later, because we talked about the different, just to clarify too, these aren't the only 2 companies that exist. There are a lot more, I'm assuming. Because I guess my question more is that going back to the residents and how they use this and the interfacing with them is, we've had a big issue with people trying to figure out what our codes are, how to comply. And one of the things I was hoping that we could achieve with this, if it's possible, is to make it more user-friendly. So when they search, like I'm looking at Manhattan Beaches right now, and they have a permit setter. Okay, you go there, you type in what permit do I want to get. It brings up, populates everything you need. Is that something that can also be included in this conversation?
Well, permitting would be Peter's
community
department.
development, or,
That is a GIS-based software system where you click on a parcel and it will give you applications on what type of applications has been submitted, whether at the planning stage or whether permits were issued. So those are GIS-based, where ours is just input of data, soft in terms of City View's capacity. So kind of 2 different softwares.
So like right here, it says apply for a permit, and this is a different city. They're using GIS for that?
Well, yes, because it gets links to, some of the more advanced one gets links to a parcel. So if you're to put a address for City Hall, it'll basically pull up permits for City Hall, active permits and stuff like that. It's kind of, so that's what I'm thinking Manhattan Beach use, but I was just highlighting the difference between some of the newer technologies.
Okay. Those are my questions, and then if we have public comment, but after.
But is there a software that ties in what Bernadette is seeing on Manhattan with what we currently have on all departments? Is there such a thing where if you have 10 departments, all 10 are using the same software?
In the various, I'll speak for my department, but in the various cities I work for, planning always had their own specialized software. And it may have integrated with other departments, but maybe not. And the reason why I'll defend City View is because it's kind of linked to LA County's methods and how they operate in terms of issuance of plumbing permits, electrical, mechanical grading. It's actually functional. and I can say not a lot of softwares are functional with how the county operates. So that's why, in my opinion, CityView is the preferred software for community development. It doesn't work for MSD, but that's kind of, I'm speaking for my department. I haven't seen a community development software that's also compatible on the finance side. Some of them do collect and they're able to generate income, reports, data, statistics, but I haven't seen it match with code enforcement or public works entirely.
I grabbed myself the floor. So I hear you saying, that in terms of the councilwoman's inquiry, that you don't know if there's a software that would include functions for all departments to work in? Because ideally, you would want to see, if I'm Department A, I need to be able to see what's in Department B. Because you don't understand what I'm getting at, right? It's because if you're in the finance department, you need to know what's going on in Department A, right? Have you pulled the permits?
Well, Mayor and Council, I can probably try to answer that. That's what we were trying to do with Citizen Serve, except for we weren't able to accomplish that. That was the plan, was to try to get us all on one page. But unfortunately, the finance, Harant may want to speak to finance and all their issues, which are a multitude of issues they're having with Citizen Serve. But our goal was to slowly move finance, if I recall. I wasn't the city manager then. MSD went over, and then community development, and then public works. We weren't able to accomplish that, unfortunately, Mayor and Council, because of the poor service and the lack of support from the company. However, if the council decided to move forward with an RFP, we could look out there and see what's out there. My understanding from staff that done their own research in Michael's department, there's firms out there that might be able to meet our needs, it's better than CityView, that might be, we could use between all departments and go back to communicating. Because right now, we can't communicate with, as Councilman Talvera mentioned, we can't communicate with MSD. Community development's on a separate system, and it's creating all kinds of administrative issues. But we can definitely look out there and put something out there in RFP to see what's available.
Well, I would suggest that we do such, as outlined by the city manager, that we send out an RF request for a proposal.
Sorry, are we going into discussion now?
No.
Is
Okay.
anybody else?
Yeah.
All right. Anybody wants to speak on this item? Anyone wants to speak on this item? Okay. No, sorry about that. Okay.
So that was a recommendation, Mayor?
Well, I was gonna
Yeah.
ask, because it's kind of a big move, and this is something I've been wanting to see for a while, our city go towards, is making it more user-friendly, and the communication has not been the best. I get a lot of complaints from people that they think that departments are not communicating, and maybe it has to do with the software, but I think it's something that we can really look into and dive into. I would like to see, and I would like to volunteer if we could do a subcommittee and look at doing, as the city manager mentioned, RFP, and try to incorporate all of them. I would like to see, I would only like to serve in the capacity of looking at what the residents are going to see, if they're going to be using this to track any requests that they have. And so that's what I'm going to ask, is if we could create a subcommittee, and I would like to volunteer.
I'd like to volunteer with Councilwoman Suarez too, because we got to get this together. If there's no objection, of course.
Okay, let me ask the city attorney. I'm gonna ask the city attorney something. Is it appropriate to do a subcommittee?
You can make a subcommittee on that, and that would be helpful because the two members of the subcommittee being residents, if they go with what Councilmember Suarez said, would be reviewing the resident-facing portion of it, while your professional staff would be reviewing the professional-facing portion and the behind-the-scenes interaction. I do think that's appropriate. I will tell you it may take some time to draft this RFP because it's going to have both public-facing and multiple department-facing portions. So you may not see the RFP go out for a month or more. It's not like it'll be turned around in 2 or 3 days. But I do think the subcommittee is not only acceptable, but probably appropriate in this case, and that staff can take the rest of the direction. So if you, sir, would like to make that subcommittee, I think that's well within your power tonight.
Okay.
I would just like to say that with the RFP, that City View be included, so that way we don't lose what we already have. So we can see if there's something out there better, like what we're looking for, and if not, well, at least then we'll know that City View is still a viable option for us.
Well, they would have to respond to the RFP in order to be included, in that, which there's nothing prohibiting them from doing so. Because when we put out an RFP for trash haulers, for instance, our incumbent trash hauler competes in that process. So it wouldn't be nothing to stop them from doing so.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
And also one more request. I would like to see if we could do a survey with each employee that's going to be using this, if they could put, get some input maybe, or it might be a lot to include all of them, but maybe some key points that would help with their workload or whatnot, because they all do different things, and I want this to be all inclusive.
Yeah.
Coach, put me in. Okay.
Did you press the button?
Okay. With that, I agree with you, Robert, there. RFP, but I also like to know when the contracts are up with these two consulting firms, or whatever they are.
And is there a penalty for early termination?
And if you say that one's not doing their job, is there anywhere in the language that we can terminate because failure to perform?
We'll get that back to the council and back to you when we bring these items back forward.
Okay, guide me through this process, Mr. City Attorney, into establishing a subcommittee.
I believe the proper process for that is for the mayor to deem it established and then to staff it, and you have 2 volunteers, sir, so you can take care of that tonight. As for the rest of it, the RFP would come back to the council for your review before it goes out, so all we need on that is the consensus tonight, which I believe we have. So, sir, if you deem that subcommittee formed, then we can move on to the next item.
Which is what? I think you said, which is what, deem it formed,
Sure,
and then appoint?
if you say it, I as the mayor.
I as the mayor formed a subcommittee
And then with Councilmember Suarez and Mayor Pro Tem Kearney.
with Councilmember Suarez and Mayor Pro Tem
Coach, yeah.
Kearney as the members
Thank you, sir.
of such subcommittee. And have we finished this item?
Yep.
That's all we need on this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Move forward.
Consideration of professional legislative lobbying services.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. This is a continuation item regarding the possibility of hiring a federal lobbyist to advocate on behalf of the city of Lawndale based on our priorities. During the September 16th, 2024 City Council meeting, council requested that staff move forward with initiating a request for proposal for federal lobbyists to determine the cost for providing such services. In September, staff posted the RFP and sent copies to 10 firms, individuals registered with the Secretary of State office. In October, the city received 4 proposals in response to the RFP, which includes the 4 that is noted in the staff report. In order to provide this cost, we received proposals ranging from $3,500 to $8,000 per month on retainer, and staff have provided copies of the proposal that are attached to the staff report for your review and consideration. So this evening, staff is requesting further direction on how City Council would like to proceed with this item, such as staff respectfully recommends that City Council review, discuss this report and the RFPs received from the 4 respondents and provide further direction to staff to proceed with potentially establishing a selection process, which will include maybe a selection committee, or provide further direction to city manager and staff. That concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you for that report. Let's see. All right. So we have the proposals here. Pat Kearney.
Thank you, Mayor. This is what I was talking about earlier, about reaching out to our senator and assemblywoman. A lobbyist can do that a lot easier than we can. I know when I first got in the council with Robert, we had, I think it was Torque and Associates. Is that who it was? That we went to, was it?
Oh, no, that was David. David was his first name.
Yeah.
Hirsch.
Oh, yeah, that was it, yeah.
Hirsch.
And he helped procure money for, I believe, it was a community center, correct?
Yeah.
So I believe in a lobbyist. I have my druthers on the second choice because I know there's an individual on this one that's been reaching out to the city and helping, letting us know what's going through the pipeline down in DC and state level. And with that, I'll turn over to the next person. Talavera.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask if someone can tell me what was the specific purpose or need for a lobbyist? Why did former council member Rhonda Hoffman ask for a lobbyist?
In order to allow for someone to advocate on behalf of the city at the federal level for potential grant opportunities.
But was there a specific project for why we wanted?
No.
So it's just general?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm frozen. So.
Okay, go ahead.
My question is, with these, whoever we decide, is there a term limit on the contract, or if we decide in 3 months we didn't get what we were looking for, are we able to cancel the contract?
Well, in all of our contracts, we always put a termination clause, which is typically 30 days notice in advance. And so they would be on retainer, so we would basically use them as needed.
And then the lobbyist could fine some funds, the $1.9 million that we're missing for the teen center. And then who would be on top of that person to make sure that they're doing their job?
That would be the city manager's office. Yes. I think the thought process is to first establish whether or not, of course, council is interested in moving forward. And if you are, we would have to, establish a committee or just decide some kind of process as to how you would select that person, which would include both council as well as staff, and then establish priorities, how you would like to move forward, and what your first project you would like for them to move forward on.
Any more question?
Okay.
How do we I mean, are we able to interview prior to giving someone a contract, or is there a resume that they present to us prior to the selection?
They provided the proposal, which includes resumes and information about the team for which they propose would work with the city. So because there's only 4, I mean, we could actually have all of council, attend this selection meeting. You ask a series of questions to really, figure out which company you feel most comfortable with and you would like to move forward with, whatever those questions might be. So definitely part of the selection process would be including an interview.
Thank you.
I would just want to add that unlike a city manager or city attorney appointment, that's just hiring of a consultant. So that would be an open session matter.
Yeah.
Perfectly fine to do, but maybe something that if the council wants to go that route, you want to consider a special meeting where that's the only item that you're dealing with that night.
Thank you.
Okay,
Okay, next. Have we received, so this came before us, it says July 15th, but for some reason I recall getting an RFP from at least one of these prior to that. Can someone refresh my memory on what the case was, why we got an RFP during that time?
I'm not familiar with that.
One of the firms, I think it's the one that the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, sent in information a few months back, maybe about a year ago.
Information about retaining services with us?
Right, they have provided some information on their background.
Because I remember it was an actual proposal, so they
Some-
gave
was a-
one.
yeah, they had
And did staff actually meet with them too?
We had a meeting with them. They requested a meeting. We sat down with them and talked to them. They went over their qualifications.
But that was before council gave directive.
Right, they were just reaching out. They had
Okay.
met with one of the council members down at one of the conferences, and that's typical with, they asked if we can meet with us and talk to them. So we
Okay.
met with them and talked with them.
Just for the sake of future ones, I would recommend that way these other firms, we don't seem like we're trying to give favoritism to one, that it's brought up for the council, then we do the hiring process and not, that way. It just, I don't think it's very transparent. And my whole thing with this whole proposal is, I think that if we're gonna pursue based off of specific project, I think our RFP needs to be very specific and not retainer. That way you can test them out. So I would move that direction. If we're looking for a specific project to get funded, that we word it that way and then get new proposals in based off of that project. And then maybe put a timeline for how long we want it to go on. And then we can see, okay, this is of use, maybe we do want them on retainer or whatnot.
Yes, I would agree. With that, because if you have them on retainer, at some point, okay, you have to put it on a monthly retainer, similar to what you do a lawyer. But as they get to work on a project, whether they are asking their colleagues or meeting with people, they're gonna draw down on those funds, whether they deliver or not. Okay, and then you're gonna have to replenish the funds, whether they deliver or not. Delivered or not, long as they can show progress. But what are they showing progress on? Unless they have a target, like we want you to find some money for.
The Youth Development Center.
Yeah, that's gonna be my illustration.
Okay.
For the youth center. Okay, now, as long as they're showing progress on finding monies for the youth center, their meetings are gonna have to be reflective of that. When they justify why they're drawing down on the monies, their meetings are gonna have to reflect that. That I had a meeting with the chair of whatever committee. that gives funding for such. So I agree with, I do agree with having the, some matrix in a project. What do you say about that?
I'm looking for direction, so I'm still not clear as to what it is you're
Mayor,
asking
Council,
at
what
this
we
point.
can do is we can put together, when we bring these forward, if subject to your direction tonight, we could put together, and if whoever you select, we could put together performance standards. We won't have an open checkbook for this lobbyist, and you'll have specific, they'll be working with myself as well as the rest of the council, what you want them to go and lobby for. And we'll have performance standards for that and objectives that are in the agreement as well. And I'll work with the city attorney's office, subject to your direction.
Yeah, I'll say that because this, for instance, Joe A. Gonzalez and Son, I know they're lobbyists for contract cities. Yes. And I know when I got on the board 20 years ago, they were our lobbyists too. So they was drawing a check from the city and contract cities. And since we were on the board, I was on the board for contract cities, their report was, all they did was change the face, the cover, and gave us a report, and we gave them some money for that. And so I'm trying to make sure that doesn't happen by having a project-specific hiring them for a particular project. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I was going to ask that also, in the sense where I read through most of their references, and I think one or two of them at least have worked for us before. So if they have, were they successful? So, and if not, and what project were they successful on for us? So if we can get that information, because just to have a lobbyist, you know, I'm not in favor of that, but if I'm, you know, thinking of what we're talking about and using our money wisely, you know, to me, it's like one of those lawyers that are on television. We don't get paid if you don't win. So if you don't win, you don't get paid. I don't know if we can write that in the contract, but they probably won't take the deal though, but.
The problem with that, with the lobbyist, and there are actually grant writers out there who operate that way, but oftentimes what they get paid is 5 to 10% of your grant. So if you're seeking a grant for, we'll just use $1.9 million, but if they get paid 10%, then you're not going to get the full amount, but you can't apply for 2.08 million because you can't show you need that for the project. So the grant writers do a great job in that regard, really, really good, but you still are left finding more sources of funding. So that is a real thing. It's not a joke. That really is a good consultant group out there. This would be a little bit different, but I like the way you're thinking.
Okay.
So we're looking for direction, Mayor and Council, how you want to proceed.
Hit your button, Councilman.
All right, got it.
Yeah, speaking to that issue, your question that you've asked, Gonzalez and Sons, they have on here Lawndale Library as one of their wins. Well, allegedly they got us $7 million for the Lawndale Library. Now I don't know if they did that or not. And I certainly was on the board at the time. I would have to defer to the city manager to look at the records on that. So, anyway, where were we?
Direction. Can we
Do we want to interview the four?
Can we do a new, though, proposal?
Can I make a suggestion just to streamline?
Yeah.
You could give direction to staff to reach out to the four who have responded, ask what the cost would be for the funding of the Youth Development Center, funding the gap. What would be their cost in lobbying to fill that funding gap? have them give sort of a targeted answer to that, and then bring that back to you to do an interview.
Are we able to give them a time frame too? Because
For their response? Certainly.
for the response and for by when they would need to have those funds.
In order for it to matter, yes. Yes, you can.
Yeah, because you got to make it certain, put some certainty on it.
I'm okay with that.
And if that meets your needs, council member, then I think that would be the way that I would recommend giving staff direction. And if there's consensus for that, you're not making a hard decision, so consensus would work tonight. If that's not the way you wanted to go, ma'am, then I apologize, and we can go a different way.
No, we haven't voted on it yet, so I'm fine with that.
Okay, so that'd be the direction.
So
is to send it out to the four, tell them that we want them to respond to a to a specific project, meaning the gap in the funding for the community center, the youth development center. Yeah, that's the community center across the street.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Where we at? 14 is a purchase policy, reorganization, amending an amendment to authorize the city manager to purchase specific situations.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'll take this one. In the spring of this year, the city manager had two occasions where he acted under sort of the emergency powers given him to take purchasing actions and then bring them back to the council for ratification. It's kind of a sunshine policy in the ordinance that makes sure that if things aren't done according to the purchasing ordinance, that they still come back to the council and the public gets to know about them. What was troubling at the time to me from a legal perspective is I wasn't quite sure that they exactly fit under emergency, and yet they really needed to happen right away. So we used the emergency language, but we also wanted to modify the policy, and we wanted to modify the policy to create a better description of what an emergency is, and then also what we call now an exigent circumstances sort of modification. And the better description of what an emergency is came because the first time we brought this back, Councilmember Suarez asked for a better definition. And so I looked at purchasing policies from other cities that I've worked with and other cities I could find, and we would define emergency this way, and it's a situation in which a state of emergency has been formally declared by a federal, state, county, or city government in accordance with the statutes or ordinance giving it the power to do so, and also a situation in which, due to weather conditions, natural disaster, civil unrest, or other circumstances affecting the city, there's an immediate need to obtain goods or services to prevent harm to city facilities or personnel or the public, and the immediate need makes infeasible or impossible compliance with the purchasing ordinance. In that kind of very limited case, the city manager could act totally outside the purchasing ordinance, just make a purchase. Otherwise, exigent circumstances, and this is what happened last spring, the department had awarded, after bidding, one contract, and then in another contract, there was no formal bidding required because the anticipated cost of a service was under $1,000. In one case, it was a gate to the City Hall parking lot. In the other case, it was the repair of a city automobile. And in both cases, after beginning the work, opening everything up and having machine parts lying around, it was found that we were going to have to graduate on a cost, from the cost perspective, graduate to the next level of the purchasing ordinance or the purchasing policy. And so we wanted to really make a provision for that. And so we called it exigent circumstances, and we said in essentially that circumstance that the city manager could order it to go forward. Now, whether it's an emergency that's totally outside the purchasing ordinance, which I must say every city has, or it's this new exigent circumstance situation, city manager would still bring it back to the council, bring it back in front of the public and say, we waived part of the purchasing policy, here's why, and council, please ratify it. That's the primary change, that's why we're here. While we made those changes, we also took the opportunity to update a lot of the provisions related to purchasing with federal dollars, and all of those changes do nothing but bring us into compliance with the newest version of the federal acquisition regulation. You'll see those are at the back, and they're very minor changes from a redlining perspective, but they deal with dollar amounts and other small items that, as I say, all they do is bring us into compliance with what the federal acquisition regulation says today. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I hope that this is something that can go forward just for sort of ease of administration.
Okay, Suarez.
Just a clarification to our city attorney. You said that you looked at other cities' emergency definition. Was that also the other part that you explained, the exigent part? Was that standard?
The exigent is actually not a standard. It's something that, frankly, I think has come up because some of our thresholds are lower. In some cases, the city manager has authority to contract and sign for higher dollar amounts, or certain goods and services don't stop at 1,000, they might stop at 5,000. And so where our threshold is 1,000, and then you have to go get at least some informal bidding, some cities have a threshold a little bit higher. There's no right or wrong for that, but in looking at what happened, we wanted to create some circumstance in which the council would make what happened very clearly allowable without it being called an emergency. Might not have really been an emergency to put that vehicle all the way back together and go out and bid it, but it certainly made sense to move forward with that vehicle repair. So I have not seen the exigent circumstances before. That is something that we put together to react to the policy that you already had in place without going too far afield.
And then to further to that point, if there's a situation where it arises, but it's obviously not a good move, what in there protects us from, what in there, I'm trying to figure out if there's a part of it in which they can use a little,
Sure.
city manager would say.
And this is all that they may do it. They don't have to do it, but they may. And nothing in this, nothing in the exigent circumstances allows the city manager to go into the level where the council should be approving anything. It's only something where the city manager would do it anyway. It's just between 1,000 and 5,000, a department head can do informal bidding, or formal bid. Right. So the city manager, bidding requires 3 proposals for services. Department head doesn't require multiple proposals for services if it's under 5,000. So again, we'll just keep with the car repair. If the car repair looked like it was going to be 3,500 and all of a sudden it went up to 5,200, the city manager could keep that moving forward. But could he use his best judgment? Yes, absolutely. Say, wait a minute, that sounds like it might be wrong. Don't move forward. Let me go get some other estimates on it. Totally allowable. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of the case where you take your car and you think it's one thing, and then you find out you just need to buy a new car, and,
Right.
how do you get around that? Okay.
Totally.
That was it.
Yes.
I have a few questions.
Sure.
Okay.
Just in the scope of what's written here, if you can give me the details for the 2 examples that you cited, what was the agreed upon cost to fix the security gate, and what was the amount, the cost difference that had to be approved to continue, and same for the vehicle?
Sure. I honestly don't remember off the top of my head. So the gate, so I was wrong with the car where I thought it was in the 3,000s. The gate came in at between 800 and 900, and it moved up to 1,200. The automobile, again, between 700 and 900, and it moved up to 1,500. So those were ones where no formal bidding at all was done, and they moved up from
level 4 to level 3. Neither of those even got to level 2. So they were, it was just a matter of the purchasing policy would not have been strictly complied with, and when it's not complied with, we want to bring it back to you, both so that you all know what's happening, but also so that the public knows, because that's important.
And on the last page of this section, there's a diagram, and if I'm reading it correctly, then the city manager, we're saying, would have that city manager award limit to up to 15,000?
Already has that.
He already has that.
That's what's there. Yes, sir. We're really only working in, like I said, the changes to purchases made with federal grant money, and then these two circumstances to reflect some realities that have happened. And
So we're not assigning a dollar amount for these emergency?
No, if something were a true emergency, God forbid something similar to the Palisades fire, sir, you would want the city manager to be able to act to protect city buildings, act to be able to help the public, and then come back to you and say, this is what we did. You may not have time to call a special meeting and have council approval of things. If you did have time to call a special meeting, well, then that overrides any emergency purchasing power. But if you don't have time to call it, then you want to act to protect the public property or the public in general.
I just want to make sure that in the scope of his duties, that we are allowing him to do what he needs to do in these situations and not tie his hands by limiting by a certain amount or something.
I will leave that up to him as to what he would like to talk to you about with respect to the thresholds. We didn't change the thresholds when we made the changes to this. We left everything right where they were, and then that's up to the wisdom of the council. I certainly don't have that wisdom, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, the thresholds are fine the way they are. We just, and sometimes, we brought the items back to you, even though I had to move forward. Typically, what's happening in Public Works, repairs, they give a bid, they go to the garage, they say it's 800, 900, and then they tear the car apart and they find out it's more. And that's what's happened typically. The gate was, they were working on the gate, fixing the gate in the back, and it turned out there was more damage to it and it cost more because it's iron. So typically that's what's happening, because as the council is well aware, in the public car repair costs have gone up exponentially, labor, so things have gone up, and our thresholds are low, but I'm able to work within these thresholds, they're fine. And I bring everything to you anyways, just to be safe.
All right, thanks.
Okay, what is the pleasure of this body concerning?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry, one more question. In the event of an emergency, this is maybe getting a little further off, but is there anything where, I mean, the city manager could check with at least the mayor or something in that, like, can that be a direction or somehow implemented?
Yes, it could.
And then if not, it would go to next in command, which would be the mayor pro tem.
You could modify this, and we wouldn't have to bring it back. We could modify it tonight. In case of emergency, the city manager, with concurrence of the mayor or at least one other council member, may, and then move forward. So the city manager would then reach out, and as you said, common practice would be the mayor, then the mayor pro tem, then whomever the city manager could get.
I just think if it's that big, when you get to a state of emergency, a lot of times the community looks to their leaders, and so I think in that case you would have, it'd be nice to involve at least, you know, the mayor to have a say in if possible.
Okay, so what I've written to change tomorrow before I resend this to staff is the city manager with the concurrence of the mayor or of another city council member if the mayor is unreachable at the time. Okay? Thank you all very much.
So do we need a motion now?
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, I make a motion to go to staff recommendation, which is the city council review of the proposed changes and adopt resolution number CC 2409-095, making the changes of the purchasing policy.
I'll second that with the correction, with the addition amendment.
Oh. All right.
And
With the
I am frozen, so we're going to probably have to.
Roll call.
Okay. Will the council please vote?
Oh, okay.
Try it lighter.
No, hold your finger down.
Not working.
All right.
I'm frozen.
Let the record show.
She's a
I
yay.
say yes.
She's a yay.
The Cuevas is a yes.
Oh, yeah?
No, it's back.
No, I just did it. Yes, for you.
Oh.
Okay, for item number 14, the motion passes unanimously with Councilmember Cuevas verbally giving her vote.
Why did she do it and then get up? Okay. All right. All righty. We're item 15, approval of the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee resolution. Yes, sir.
Good evening again. Jason Menner, Community Services Director. This is the request that the council consider the approval of a resolution amending the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee, reducing the required numbers of positions from 12 to 7. As you see in the staff report, we've had trouble getting quorum at a majority of the most recent meetings, including only having 2 meetings in the last 12. Staff have provided some corresponding or some comparisons as to what the other committees and commissions are here in the city, as well as what other senior commissions are in the South Bay. I think everything else is included in the staff report, but I am available if you have any questions.
For the sake of time, what is the
Question?
I'm not calling for questions now.
Okay.
Okay.
A comment?
Go ahead.
I really believe we should cut it down from 7 to 5. That way we know we have it, because I've read your staff report. Sometimes you get 7, sometimes you don't.
We only need 4 to have quorum, so I
Okay,
think
but
7 was reasonable.
If you look at the beautification, they went down to 5. So maybe our senior advisory should go down to 5 too. That's just my suggestion.
I think from the staff perspective, the goal is to get more seniors to come to the meetings, whether they're on the committee or not, have them come and provide their input like the public does to these meetings. So that's one of the things we'll do, from a staff perspective for outreach is try to do a better job of making sure the seniors in our community know they can come to the meeting to share their concerns.
Okay, what is the pleasure of this body concerning the resolution?
Shirley has a question.
If let's say we decide to keep 7, could we revisit in 3 to 6 months and see if everybody's showing up? If not, are we able to just cut 2 more members?
The answer is yes.
2 years. Aren't they appointed?
The answer is yes.
Okay.
The answer is always yes.
Never mind.
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
If there's no further questions, I'll make staff recommendation. With staff recommendation, resolution CC 2502-008, modifying council policy 94-09 by reducing the number of appointed positions from 12 to 7 for the senior advisory committee.
I'll second that.
Second. Okay, so it's been motioned by Kearney and seconded by Cuevas. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, would the council please vote?
Oh,
what you got.
I will vote yay.
Yeah.
For item number 15, the motion passes unanimously with Councilmember Cuevas voting verbally.
City managers report.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'll be brief. So I did receive a call from a consulting firm that's working with Metros. So they've invited me down to a meeting in February, the end of February. I'm not sure what it's all about. It doesn't, they originally informed me that it's not including residents, it's just of management staff. So I'm checking into it, and the gentleman was very nice. He's the son of Bernard Chief Parks, former and council member. So I've got to talk to him. It was very interesting, and he's been looks like hired by Metro. It's a public outreach firm. So I'll be talking to him. This week, I'll be attending the League of Cities City Managers Conference in Rancho Mirage, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And I just wanted to thank you for not mandating or eliminating older people from riding the skate park, because I planned on using the skate park as soon as it's open. Thank you.
I knew it.
Yeah. Get an agenda.
Okay, items from council members. Consideration of a compensation increase for the city clerk requested by Mayor Pro Tem Kearney.
And I'm going to have Reddit speak on it.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. This item before you this evening is an opportunity for City Council to further discuss and consider increasing the compensation for the elected city clerk position. During the January 21st City Council meeting, Council requested staff to draft an ordinance for Council's consideration and provide additional information regarding the elected city clerk's position, which is actually attached to this report for consideration. Staff looked at a total of 12 local agencies and reviewed their compensation as well as the duties performed by the elected city clerk. The cities reviewed, the city of Gardena, Hawthorne, and Signal Hill were found to be the most comparable, as the city clerk position is elected part-time and primarily focuses on ceremonial duties. And the compensation ranged from $482 per month to $1,000 per month. The last time a compensation increase was approved for the city clerk's position was in September of 2007, increasing the compensation from $250 per month to its current rate of $350 per month. While the government code and Lawndale Municipal Code does not provide any provisions for providing compensation adjustments to the city clerk's position, further review of Lawndale's compensation history revealed that council has considered adjustments to both council as well as the clerk's position in the same intervals. As also noted in the staff report, if council is willing to consider an increase, such increase will ensure a competitive compensation for the current and future office holders, and further in line with Senate Bill 329, which takes in consideration inflation and broadening the opportunity to serve the public. At this time, staff respectfully recommends that City Council review and discuss the city clerk's compensation, provide direction to the city manager and staff regarding the total compensation amount to be included in the draft ordinance that's attached to the staff report, amending the Lawndale Municipal Code to effectuate an increase, which will take effect 30 days after the second reading of the ordinance, if any, or provide further direction. And this concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Bernadette Suarez.
Yes. Hi. I had a question about the total compensation, because I don't think we talked about that when the city council's stipends went up. But do you also look at, for example, insurance and for these positions as well? Because I think that's part of the package. So do you have that information for these?
Not for the city clerk's position, no.
Okay.
We only looked at the duties and what the current rate was.
Okay, but not the health
Not the
benefits.
total comp.
Okay.
Pat Kearney.
Okay, I brought this forward because, like I said, the city the city clerk's office, the only one didn't get a raise. Everybody else got brought up to their scale, and I believe the city clerk's office should get the same raise as everybody else. And I would recommend $350 a month raise with compensation, because everybody else got the compensation like everybody we all got compensated, staff got compensated, so the city clerk's office deserves the same benefits that we have.
Three, are you-
Isn't her current rate 350?
I think it is.
Yes.
So you recommended 350?
I've raised it 350. If you look back in history, not history, but prior.
So you're raising 350. How do you raise it 350 if it's currently 350?
Well, no, that's what she's making right now.
Yeah, I know.
So he's saying 700, really?
700, yes.
So, Signal Hill, oh, well, 722 is council. 482 is for clerk. So I don't see where you're getting the 700 from.
350 and
Proposing.
350.
He's
Raising from
proposing
350
to
to,
raise it
yeah,
to
raise
700.
another 350 to 700.
And
All right.
I would like to add that,
About it.
looking at the amounts, what we used to do in negotiations at the school district for classified employees, we gathered a list similar to the one that you have, and automatically we knocked off the top, knocked off the bottom, and then hit the middle. So the three that you have here puts her at 833. So, and then I said, well, let me average the three, and it would come to 700 or 771. So those are the numbers I'm comfortable with.
I understand your methodology, council member, but I'm liking the 700 better. Only because it doubles the compensation without any doubling the work. So. Three. Oh, go ahead, Bernadette.
And I'm just in line with the way that I've always voted. Unfortunately, I cannot go for this. I was a city clerk. That was my first position. And I think our city clerk currently does a wonderful job, but it is ceremonial, mainly in title. And for that reason, I will be a no. Thank you.
Yeah.
So you're looking for a motion? Mayor?
No, I'm not recommending a motion. I want to hear what Cuevas has to say.
I do agree that the city clerk does need an increase. I don't know about 700 since it's ceremonial, but I would be okay with 500.
$500. I can go with that.
Now, do you want a recommendation? We all spoke? Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm going to recommend the 350 increase for city clerk's office, city clerk.
I'm in agreement with you, Pat.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for 700.
But we have a speaker now.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Let's have a speaker.
Sorry to interrupt. I was hoping that there would have been a segment where it would open up to residents to have some public comment. So want to go ahead and go back to my notes here. So, sorry, I also forgot to introduce myself, didn't I? I'm Joshua Gorman, and I'm a resident here in the city of Lawndale. So, I want to go ahead and start off by saying that I know that prices here in Lawndale and across the South Bay and just here in, whether it be here in California or just in the United States here in general, inflation is going to continue to rise with cost of living. And while I'm looking at this, just want to make sure I had my ducks lined up. So it looks like, from my perspective, it has been about 16 years since the last pay increase. And, I appreciate that there's this conversation going on about making sure that we look at the city clerk's position and trying to get the raise and having that discussion. When it goes to running an election, we have a city clerk that has to run as part of our election. And, being able to afford said election and having those expenses, this is a publicly elected seat. So I think, as we're talking about figures and whatnot, I'm someone that, lives paycheck to paycheck trying to make sure that things are taken care of. And I make about $24 an hour with the type of insurance that I have to pay for, with my benefits to make sure that I have medical coverage. I'm looking at this going, for $700 to take home, that's really not much. So, and I recognize there might be benefits involved with like health insurance, being in an elected position and whatnot. But I'm looking at this going, we also need to keep in mind that this is a position where we need to make sure that, they're also able to, meet their living needs and make sure that things are taken care of. When I think about other residents in the city, I know I have a friend that is right now working 3 jobs to try to make ends meet, and they're financially struggling. And I would like for some better consideration on, the city clerk position and trying to keep that in mind. But thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
Chelsea Schreiber. I don't know what political stuff I'm going to step in, but give her a raise. I mean, this is Lawndale. Oh, everybody works really hard.
Okay, so let's bring it up to the diocese again. Is there any
Motion second.
motion? Second.
Second, yeah.
So the motion is on the floor. Motion by Kearney and Terraville, seconded for $700 a month stipend.
It's up to $700 a month.
Yeah. Okay. Would the council please vote?
Is Councilmember Cuevas still frozen?
Cuevas, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. For item number 16, the motion passes with Councilmember Suarez voting no.
Mr. Mayor, just so we're clear, we now know what to insert, so the deputy city manager and I will finalize the ordinance and bring it back for first reading at the next meeting.
Okay.
And at that time, the public will have another chance to speak if they would so like. Thank
Very
you,
good.
sir.
Okay.
Well, one question for the city attorney. Is this starting, if it's okay, does it go and kick into March 1st, or is it prorated back to January?
As of right now, the ordinance would kick in 30 days after adoption.
So probably April?
Be second meeting in February, first meeting in March. It would kick in mid-April, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, item 17 is a code enforcement process requested by Councilwoman Suarez.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and distinguished members of the City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you this evening. The staff report you have before you is an explanation of the code enforcement process requested by Councilwoman Suarez. The role of code enforcement in all cities is to ensure public safety, quality of life, and property values for merchants and residents of this community. In the city of Lawndale, our code enforcement officers enforce the municipal code established by this and previous councils. Per the directive of the city council, code enforcement officers are required to only open cases when there's a complaint lodged for a violation of the municipal code. The process includes an inspection by one of the officers. The officer will go to the home or business and determine all violations that they observe. Those violations will be noted on a notice of violation, which will be sent to the property owner or given to them in person if they're there. There will be a follow-up 2 weeks later when a second violation notice will be issued if none of the violations have been corrected, followed by a third notice of violation 2 weeks after that. If after 6 weeks and 3 violation notices have been sent, citations will begin in the amount of $100 per violation that still exists, $250 per violation for the next round of violations, and then $500 per violation for any that still remain after the third round of citations. After that time, the case is handed over. If there's still non-compliance or still violations outstanding, the case would be handed over to the city attorney's office. The city attorney's office will send a letter advising the person or property owner of the violations of their property on official legal letterhead, and then they will move forward with prosecution through the courts if the property owner is still non-compliant. That concludes my report on the code enforcement process, and I can answer any questions you have.
Suarez.
Of course. So my question was, and I did request it, is there a policy or a manual or some kind of written procedure guideline that staff follows?
Thank you, Councilwoman Suarez. The city clerk let me know that you had asked that question. There is not. It's just simply the training we have, and then we just follow my directive. But the policy hasn't changed. It's just what I said. Inspections followed by notices, followed by citations.
But there's nothing written down. I mean, it's pretty standard for a workplace to have processes, and I would think, especially with code enforcement, you'd want a written outline of how the department functions. So how do you train people?
Well, the training is certifications. They've gone through, all of us have been certified by the governing board of the state. So we've had to take intermediate, advanced, and beginning level introductory courses on code enforcement. We've all been certified to do code enforcement, so that's the training. The practices we do is just what I stated. We do an inspection, we notice the violations, we make the property owner aware of the violations, and we encourage them to correct those violations.
But how does a homeowner know what the process is?
Mayor, Council, I think the question that the council member Suarez is asking is, what are our processes for the notifications of NOVs or citations?
No, for a department, usually it's standard. Every job I've worked, they usually have some kind of an outline for how the process goes. You know, for example, you know, like you said, the 3 violations, you know, you get a violation and then 2 weeks later you follow up or something like that, something internally. Is there none? I can ask the city manager, is there no policy?
I mean, it sounds like we don't have, I know a few years ago when we adopted the procedures for the citations versus notice of violations, there was discussion internally, but I can check with Mr. Reyes after the meeting and then, or tomorrow when we meet up and then find out if we have any of these code enforcement policies. I know they switched a few years ago, back in 16, when we used to do the notices, more noticing, or in switching to 3 notices and then finally going to the city attorney's office. But I sit down with Mr. Reyes and we can go over that and bring some.
Are you referring to SOPs, the standard operation procedures?
Something.
It's like an SOP.
Sure. Well, when we've got guidelines that the officers follow, and we could present that to you, that wouldn't necessarily help the property owners in any way. That would just tell you our process. But our process is.
I tend to disagree because I get a lot of complaints from residents about the way that the process is handled. And so I think it is very important for residents to see how the department functions. That way there can be no accusations of treating different property owners differently. I do think that does need to be public. I have a whole set of other
Of
questions.
course. And then that's not a problem. If you want the standard operating procedures to be public, that we could get that done immediately and put them out.
I would like to look at that, but I do have a list of questions because I know this is kind of a brief summary. So just for confirmation, because it does get asked a lot, anybody can make a complaint.
Correct.
They don't have to live in the city. They don't have to live in the state even. I'm
Correct.
guessing they have to live in the country because you wouldn't want, you know.
We've never gotten a complaint, to my knowledge, from somebody that didn't live in the country, but I
Yeah.
suppose if one
Okay,
came in,
but-
we could look into it.
Okay, and then those can be anonymous.
Correct.
And then to the point of the code enforcement case, that in itself is a private matter. That's only discussed between the property owner and staff?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you say staff, does that mean between departments, or is it just restricted to the code enforcement officer and then whoever reports so directly above?
So depending on the case, it could vary. If there's, not every code case requires permitting, and not all the permits require code involved. If there are permitting, then the person with the violation is going to have to go through Peter's department as well. So more people will know. If it's simply property maintenance issues, that would stay within our department.
Okay. And then, so staff cannot speak to, so for example, if a resident calls in and says, I know this property has a code violation, the staff will usually respond how?
We'll say we can look into that for you if you'd like. Are you complaining about that property? We can look into it if you're reporting something to us.
Okay, but no details of it, so they
No, this-
cannot
no.
alert that person that, hey, you might want to request, notices regarding this property. Let's just say,
I don't understand that. Say it again.
Well, you can't alert somebody, you can't give any information regarding a property. That information, the person would only know if they would request it through a Public Records Act. So it would be tracked who's asking for information.
Or if the person told them. I mean, the property owner can tell
yeah.
whoever they want to tell.
Yeah,
so.
no,
And they
that's
do
correct.
often. I mean, they'll complain about that to the neighbors and to.
Okay, and then you talked about how the code enforcement officer always goes to the house before issuing a citation?
Before issuing a citation, there's multiple violation notices. The citations will be 6 weeks out. So the first notice will be issued the day the notice of violation is issued on the day the officer does the inspection. If the property owner is there, we'll just hand them the notice of violation outlining what they need to do. If they're not there, we'll mail it to them.
So inspection, because not all homeowners are going to allow you inside of the property.
Correct.
So at that point, what is the next step? If a property owner says, no, I don't want you to come in my property, leave, what is the next step for the code enforcement? Saying that you have nothing, the only thing you have is a tip from an anonymous source saying there's a garage conversion.
Correct.
What is the next step?
So assuming the violation is something internal to the home that we can't see from the sidewalk, and again, many of our code cases are going to be property maintenance issues. So they'll complain overgrown vegetation, inoperable vehicles parked on bricks in the parking lot, graffiti on the walls. So we can see those clearly from the sidewalk. If there's something that we can't necessarily see or can't determine, we'll do a records check through our own agencies to find out if there's some work that was done. If someone's complaining that the house has an addition, before we even go to the home, we'll look and see if there's an addition permitted. If it was, then there's no case at all. We'll still go, just seeing, we're like, well, that's the addition that was permitted 10 years ago, and the resident who complained just doesn't know there's a permit on it. So that's one process to find out. If it's something like a subdivision, we'll look for clues on the outside of the house that indicates that the house has been subdivided inside. So it's been separated into 2 separate units and they're both being rented. So if there's an address on one and an address and a half, we can look and say, is this house a duplex? Is this dedicated as a half unit? If not, then right away we know something's up. And sometimes let's knock on the door. If it would say, hey, are you the owner? Like, they say, no, I'm renting. The owner lives next door. We're like, oh, this house right here, that's part of the same house? And they're like, yeah. So then we know that the house has been subdivided. So there's a number of ways that we can find out information about the interior house. Another way, just some complaints we received this week and this morning, on Zillow and Realtor.com, homeowners who are selling their house will list all the improvements that they've done, kitchen remodel, bathroom remodel. If there's no permits for those, we know, and we've already got the pictures because they're posting them on Realtor.com. And if they're having an open house, we'll just go into the house and take a look around. So,
But if the property owner specifically says, you cannot enter my
Correct.
property, you have no other way of checking, what is the next step?
then we wouldn't have a case. If we can't determine that there's actually a violation, we would maybe contact the person who reported it, ask them how they determined there's a violation. And if there's nothing tangible, then there's no way we can get in. Now, we can get an inspection warrant on rare cases. In order to get an inspection warrant, that is a legal document issued by a judge or magistrate to an agency so that officers can enter a private dwelling or a private business without the consent of the owner. That can only be issued on the strength of the officer's case to the judge. If they say, here's the reasons we've got it, if the judge says, yes, that sounds viable, go ahead, here's your inspection, we'll allow you to go in. If the judge says no, then there's nothing further we can do.
Okay, I guess my question is more to the point of, you get a lot of disputes among neighbors, which I'm sure you're familiar with. And so if it comes to a case where someone's just angry and they just make up something, I'm trying to understand what the process, because I know you still have to follow checking it out, but do you always request inspection warrants? Or is that part of the process to automatically say, okay, we're going to try for an inspection
No,
warrant?
inspection warrants are very rare. That's why I didn't mention on this. It's-
But do you at least make the attempt? I guess, is that
If
part
we
of the
have a
process?
strong case, if, like I said, if we have photos because the house has been listed on Realtor.com, or if something, if the inspector got a report of, we have one case where Inspector or Officer Rodriguez was advised of a remodel of a house going on. She went to the house, there was workers there, she could see the open windows, she could see the walls had been exposed, drywall had been removed, the subflooring had been exposed. Clearly, she could see the work happening. She followed up, the guy, she issued a stop work order and advised him to get permits. They refused, they continued to do the work, they completed the house. We needed to get an inspection warrant because we knew the house had been completed. So at that point, a judge did give it to us. That was 2 years ago, I want to say. It's
The
been quite a while.
inspection warrant or the inspection warrant you're talking about?
Inspection warrant was issued by a judge. Stop work order is what we give because
Yeah.
Jamie saw work being done. She clearly saw it, and there's a work crew in there doing the work. So she issued a stop work order, told him to get permits. Remodeling your house is something you're allowed to do. It's not forbidden, but you have to go through the proper channels. We want to make sure the house is properly fire blocked. We want to make sure the spacing is legal, footing is legal. So these are things we require permits for so that our inspectors can go out and see that the building is done correctly for the safety of people going into that house and for the community at large.
Okay, that was that question. Let me see. So the process is you get the call, you go try to make contact before issuing the notice.
Yeah, well, we will, if we see a violation, there's no notice, there's no violation. If someone says this place is covered in graffiti and the lawn is unkept, and we go there and the house is beautiful, there's nothing to, we'll call them back and say, what are you talking about? We don't see anything. So, so some complaints come in, and it's not unusual for this department to be weaponized. It's at other places I've worked, it's not uncommon for tenant-landlord disputes. When the tenant loses his place to live, he'll right away put in a call because he knows of all the violations that are in the unit he used to rent. Spouses, when they divorce, they'll do the same thing. When one of them loses the house in a divorce, the losing party will often call us and complain about all the violations. So we realize that we are weaponized in that way.
Okay, and then with regards to your notices, they will list what needs to be corrected on them?
Yes.
Okay, so do you ever issue notices that say alleged when you don't
No.
have proof?
No, we only issue what we've seen.
So you've never used alleged in a notice?
No, not that I'm aware. That would be, no.
Okay, because someone got a notice like that, so.
Recently?
Yeah.
Okay, I'd be happy to take a look at that and we can correct that.
Okay, and then my other question is with regards to the time frames. So I think it said 2 weeks in the staff report. Is there something in our municipal code that dictates the time frame for following up? Like Manhattan Beach has in their code 10 days. Do we have anything like that?
No, we could, 2 weeks is just a fair amount of time. Now, keep in mind, we could make it longer, but that means you're going to live with that violation that much longer. So if there's a abandoned building that's covered in graffiti, and we've extended from 2 weeks to 4 weeks, you're basically allowing them 3 notifications or 3 months before we can issue a single citation. So in the interest of equity, 2 weeks is across the board for all violations.
I'm just trying to figure out who's come up with some of these. The other question is that if a homeowner is in a situation, which I'm sure a lot of them are, in which, I don't know, maybe there's health reasons, maybe there's financial situations in which they cannot comply with it in a timely manner. Do we have exceptions for those? in trying
We've
to-
encountered that often, and that is something we deal with. Now, to know that, though, we need to have contact with the property owner. The notice of violations have our officers' information, letting them know, please contact us so we can talk you through this process. We do give extensions. There are things that we can do and programs that we can support to give them time to make the corrections. So, again, it would depend on what the situation is. But again, we need to know. If we hear nothing and we've issued 3 notice of violations, and then now we're up to the citation process, and we've got no phone calls, so we're just thinking they're blowing us off. So, and that's all we can think because we've had no contact with them, in spite of the fact that we reached out 3 different times.
Okay, my other question has to do with properties that have open cases, that have gone to community development, and have conditionally approved plans. So if you have a property owner that they're working on the violations, and then a resident calls in and says, I know this property has code violations, what is the process then? Do you go through the records, I'm assuming, and see, oh, they're working on the violations? Or do you go and say, oh, does that consider a new complaint, and then you look at everything again?
I don't understand this scenario.
So if a property owner is trying to comply and they have
Are they trying to comply because they had, we notified them, or they're just on their own doing improvements?
No. A property owner has plans in, they have violations.
Yeah.
They have conditionally approved plans to address those violations. And then a resident, or maybe not a resident, maybe someone calls in and just says, I know that person has violations. I want to follow up on it, make sure that they're taking care of it. Does the staff then go back to the property and check again? Or do you just go back to community development? I'm trying to, does that put, basically my question is, does the violation get put on hold? Not on hold, but the notices stop. So until they go through the community development.
Well, I didn't, so in that scenario, their code enforcement's not involved. If the homeowner just has violations that they want to correct on their own, they would go to Peter's department, they would submit plans, they would have those plans reviewed. Once Peter's team reviewed them, and I'm just speaking for Peter, I should probably let him answer this, but then they would get permits to carry out that work. At no time in that is code enforcement involved. Now, if someone complained as that process was occurring, we'd contact Peter. Peter would let us know, yeah, they're working on it now. We're like, okay. We would just tell the homeowner that, hey, or the complainant that they're already working.
You follow up with the complainant?
Yeah, we would tell them, because they're often follow up with us because they want to know what's happening. So we would let them know this person's already working on those violations. There's no case to open.
Okay.
I mean, if someone is just doing a remodel, code enforcement's not involved at all. They're doing it properly. They're submitting plans. They're following the procedure that Peter's department established. There's no need for code. However, if we see them doing a remodel without permits, then code gets involved. Then Peter's department will come in later to issue the permits and things like that.
Okay. And, okay, let me see if I have any other. I guess my concern with all of this is what I'm hearing process-wise is not what's been happening out there from what people have been telling me. So I think this warrants another meeting. I think we need to look at the process and make sure that that's being followed. I think it needs to be outlined on the processes and the next steps. I would like to see a workshop done on this. That way we can address how the process is working in reality, because I can point to several cases of people who have brought them up to me that's not what occurred.
I would like to know about those cases. I would say, just on behalf of my staff, people get very anxious when a government agency tells them what they can do with their house and what they can't do, same with their business. So I do let them know that, yeah, while it is your private property, this is everyone's community, and the rules are set by the community members, and that's what we're trying to enforce. So I realize people do come to the council and say things that this is how they've been treated, or they've been harassed, or that they've been bombarded. But everybody who talks to me I speak very professionally with them. I let them know here's the process. We were just at a hearing where someone made all these allegations, they didn't know what they needed to do after multiple evidence that we showed where we've told this person what they needed to do, and they were just plain dumb. So
And how did the judge rule on that?
the hearing officer,
Yeah.
he asked for a postponement of it.
He asked for what?
We put the hearing on, continuance was done.
And what was supposed to happen after the continuance?
They were going to he suggested, the hearing officer suggested the continuance. So we agreed because.
Sorry, can you repeat the last part?
The hearing officer, the person who was contesting a citation that he was issued after failing to do the work that needed to be done, got a ticket and was complaining about the ticket. So he requested a hearing, we had the hearing, and in the interest of fairness, we went along with the hearing officer's suggestion to give a continuance so that he could have more time to examine what he needed to do. Now, to our mind, we've already notified him multiple times what he needed to do. He's been notified 3 times in paper, in writing, multiple phone calls and emails to this person. So our opinion is he knows exactly what to do. He just refuses to do it because it's going to be quite a bit of money.
So going back to the administrative hearing process, so you hire a judge, right, to review. If they do an appeal, the resident or owner files an appeal, they go to the hearing, you have a judge there. Who appoints a judge?
A hearing officer is paid for by the city.
Okay,
And
who appoints them?
he's from Data Ticket. Data Ticket does the hiring of that. Data Ticket is our ticketing agency that does all the processing of citations.
Okay, and so he hears both sides of the case.
Correct.
From the city's point of view and from the owner's,
Yes.
property owner's point of view.
Yes.
And then issues something in the middle. An impartial person, that's
Yes.
what it's meant. Okay, so that is the one I think that the city manager was talking about that we implemented, right? That was the process that we've more recently went towards instead of straight referral to the city attorneys.
So if the council recalls, administrative citations were introduced by me shortly after I started here. The use of administrative citations saves the city a considerable amount of money because we don't have to put everything through court. There are a number of cases that are very minor cases that to go before a judge would be very costly and somewhat ridiculous. So there are people that we have code cases on because they leave their trash cans out because they're reserving their parking space in front of their home and they don't want their neighbors to park there. So they leave their trash cans out every single day until they get home to park there. That's a code violation. By issuing citations, it's a much quicker fix than going before a judge. Part of the reason going before a judge to correct that problem might take months before we get a hearing, and then to take up a judge's time about trash cans seems very petty, and judges have not been very responsive to taking cases before them for things like that, or graffiti on a wall, or uncut grass. So having the ticketing process allows us to have some teeth before we get to before we go to the courts with something. Plus, it gives us 3 more opportunities to show a judge later that not only did we issue 3 violation notices and 3 tickets and a letter from the lawyers, and they still haven't done anything in spite of these 7 attempts to get them to comply with the rules of the city.
Okay. I will wait to see if we think we have public comment before we get further.
Not to make this marathon meeting any longer, but my perspective is that I found code enforcement to be very helpful, actually. I live in a condominium complex, and it's much easier sometimes to get code enforcement involved. For example, one of the front units had a barking dog. It was a rental. The owner completely ignored my comments. Code enforcement took care of that for me. Overgrown trees, the same property. This is a couple years later. Code enforcement took care of that for me. And these were by notices. There was nothing involved. These people did not get any financial citations. There were 2 illegal deck conversions in our complex. Code enforcement took care of that. Now, that involved a lot of money on the property owners because they had to go through plans and all that. But again, the owners responded to the citations and took care of it. Airbnbs, I reported Airbnbs. Code enforcement took care of that. The only downside of that is I have to report all Airbnbs because the policy is reactive, not proactive. As far as safety, we had a corner lot where the shrubs were completely surrounded the view. It was not a 4-way stop. It was one stop sign. You had to inch out into traffic. Code enforcement took care of that, and now those people that was blocking put a 4-foot fence in. So if I had any complaint about code enforcement, I wish they could be more proactive and not reactive. I mean, when you have the street sweepers driving down the street, writing tickets, could they not issue take notes of what potential citations report them? But again, the policy of the city is reactive, not proactive. But with what's there now, I found code enforcement to be very helpful, and they've taken care of things very quickly for when I complain. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I don't know if anyone else has questions, because I'm going to mainly go into some requests, let's just say. Before I make those requests, I'll give some.
Go ahead.
Okay. My big concern is that I get a lot of residents that, yes, I understand there does need to be code enforcement. There does. But at the same time, a lot of people feel like the system is set up to fail them. It's not clear what they need to correct. I had a family member who, and this is for people, some people like to say the family and friends special treatment, but no, I've had a family member that had bought the home, bought it years ago, didn't know that there was, something was illegal on it. So someone called it in, they went through the process of getting it permitted, and it was just very difficult. You weren't here, Peter, so we won't blame you. But it was things as though she was going to the counter and asking, oh, you need to submit a site plan. Okay, and that it'd be helpful if they could give them tips on what they need to do to correct them, because she went and got a site plan, but only for one of the units when it was a duplex, then had to go back and get more drawings. And those permits and those site plans, those can go up several $1,000s. And so I just want to make sure that our process is very transparent. And I think this also goes into the other department as well, as to community development, and maybe just making things a lot more easier. I've also gotten complaints about the notices not being clear on what needs to be corrected and what's cited. And so I just want to make sure that the public's aware this is our process, and this is the steps that we take to correct those. So I just trying to find a way where it's not so much as policing these people, because these are our residents. They live here, and I get it. A lot of them are on limited income. A lot of them, I myself work 3 jobs. So it's like, I understand, like, it's hard out there. And I just want to make sure that we're setting people up to where they can comply, and it's not going to cost them an arm and a leg.
Of course. I was going to say transparency is absolutely what we want to do, and I would encourage the residents who you spoke to speak to me. I deal with the residents very well, I think, and I always speak to them very professionally and go over the process with them. And just to the other point about the cost, that again, that's not municipal services, though. That's going to be planning and building. So the permits are not issued through my department. The site plans are not reviewed by municipal services. So I know there is confusion, but not everything that's code case involves Peter's department. Not everything that involves Peter's department becomes a code case. So there is, as far as the confusion with the site plan and the permitting, that's not in any way my department.
Michael, really quick, you're saying come and speak to you, but
Please, yes.
A few residents have come up to me and don't want to come to the city to speak to any staff members because they feel that they're going to get targeted. That's
After cases begun, or they?
As when cases begin. So
Okay.
that's why they come to us to speak to us.
Sure.
So how could we avoid someone feeling targeted if they come out and speak?
Well, sure. Well, as I was saying, we don't create any cases that aren't complained to us. So they wouldn't be targeted. Even if for some reason, we didn't like them, we couldn't target them anyway because we haven't got a complaint.
Yeah, they feel targeted after let's say you give them a code enforcement paper, right? They feel that if they don't comply or they come to the city to speak out, then they have a target on their back. And they don't want to come back to the city to speak to anyone.
Okay, again, so you're saying in that example, someone who's already been notified? Well, we are focused on them.
I will come to you,
Yeah.
the person that came to me.
Sure. And
But a lot of our residents feel targeted, or at least the ones that have spoken to me.
sure. And then,
And that's not right, because let's say I turn Bernadette in, and then she feels like we're targeting her after certain things. Or Robert will come and turn me in for something, and then it feels like I'm being targeted.
well, just in that example, you were targeted by Robert, and Brenda was targeted by you, but not by my staff.
Not by me,
Yeah,
right?
not by staff, but we are enforcing the municipal code as it exists. I mean, if there is no violation, then it would say, hey, there's nothing here. What are you talking about? And we get those too. We get complaints. People bring things up, and we're like, there's no violation here, and that's the end of it. But again, the notification, if they're confused by the notice of violation, it does have our officer's phone number on there, and inviting them to please contact us so we can discuss this. We do give extensions. We do give time. We do recognize people have medical issues. We grant extensions of time, lengthy extensions of time for medical issues, or people are in the military who are deployed overseas. So we recognize this all the time, but if we don't hear from the residents after 3 notifications, we can only assume they're ignoring us. So that's when we have to start issuing citations.
And since you say you give 3 notifications, how do you present it? Do I serve you, or do you mail them?
We would mail it, or if they're there, we just hand it to them.
Do you certify the mail?
We do not.
Could we start certifying with signature?
We could
Because
look
I
into
could
that.
say, you could tell me you mailed it to me, and I didn't get it.
I would actually be very pleased to do that. There is a substantial cost, though, with certification of mail. So
But
depending on-
it assures you that, on the first one, you did receive it. So when you go to court and you tell the judge, we served them 3 times, at least you have the proof.
I'd be happy to look into doing that. I don't mind that at all. Like I said, there is some cost associated with that. I was going to say that sounds more aggressive, though, than just mailing the letter. So I want to make sure we have a balance of, if you're feeling we're too aggressive, then that seems even more so.
But we're being aggressive by just going after them 2-3 times and then ending up in court.
Sure.
So you might as well send 1 notification, certified, and call it a day.
Well, we still want to. The part of the reason we give 3 is so that we can show a judge, should we need to later, that look, this is how many attempts we made to reach out to them before we wrote a ticket, and then there's 3 tickets written before we turned it over to the attorneys. So at that point, there's 6 efforts made to get the attention of the homeowner.
I get where you're coming
yeah.
from, but I could say I never received it.
And
So how do you prove to the judge that?
we get that now, and people do say that, but we'll just clarify as like, well, do you live here? And that's just part of what And did you get other mail from that? So that does come up, and a judge would have to be the one to determine that if it goes that far. Our goal isn't to issue citations. Our goal is to get compliance. Ideally, someone will get the first notification and say, oh my gosh, my lawn is bad, or my trash cans are out and I need to correct it. Also, like I said, we can give extensions. If we see overgrown lawn, but we're there because there's a shed, it's going to take a while to get the shed permitted or the ADU permitted, but it's not going to take a while to mow your lawn. So I'll give extensions as long as we see some progress. Like, okay, hey, look, we realize that you're going to have to get an architect, you're going to have to submit a site plan to Peter's department, but the grass can get cut this weekend. We've given you 6 weeks already. So that point, like, my thought is, like, I'll be happy to give the extension after you cut the grass. So.
And how do we avoid people feeling targeted? Because you and I know that I have an extension, right?
Sure.
But then Robert doesn't know.
Right.
And he continues. And then you go back and say, oh, we're going to check this other thing now because Robert turned me in for something different.
I didn't get that one.
Like, we're working on something, and then Robert is not happy because I haven't fixed my yard.
Yeah.
And then he turns me in for something else. So how do we avoid being target?
Well, that's the relationship you have with your neighbor. Because we have this system in play, anybody can make a complaint about their neighbors, and people do complain about the neighbors. And I would say, I'm guessing that none of the people that have gone to the council about the complaints they received and feeling targeted are people that don't have code cases on them. So I don't think people who don't have code cases are anti-code. It's just the people who are and like I said, it is very expensive, some of these violations, to do the site plan, to pay for the permits, and then pay for an architect to draw them up, to do the work. The cost of the work is very expensive. So people don't want to be told that, and they know it's going to be expensive, so they'll say they're being harassed, or they'll say we're being mean, but in fact, we're giving them all the time they need. They just have to do it. The example we were talking about earlier with the hearing, that case has gone on for 4+ years, and that person has been told multiple times, and there's an immediate danger in that property. We have no idea what kind of fire blocking is in that property. He's built a ceiling on that. We don't know how sturdy that is. He has employees there. He has customers there. And cities can be held liable and have been held liable for failure to be inactive against violations that they're aware of. So we definitely want to address these things. There is an immediate safety concern with issues that involve construction or electrical work or mechanical work or plumbing. So for that reason, we do move forward. But yeah, I mean, we're not aggressive, or we're not waving our fist and things at them. We're always dealing with them professionally. And I would encourage the council to have them contact me. I'd be happy to talk them through the process. I can't prevent their neighbors from telling on them. That's
Yeah, but they don't want to come to the city to talk to anyone because they feel that the city is targeting them. That's the whole.
Understood. And I know that's the reputation that code enforcement, parking enforcement also has that, and all enforcement really. So but again, the face I encourage my officers to present is professionalism, courteous, and be reasonable. So I hope that's the message we convey. And I'd be happy to put out anything that would help the residents to understand the code enforcement process. That's not a problem for us.
Let me tell them here.
I just want to say, I think through the whole process, the residents have to be treated with dignity and respect. I'm going to talk about my situation because I think it's a mute situation now to an extent. But when I first met the inspector, he was very kind, gave me my stop and desist order, and went on his way. Then the second time, I don't know if you remember, but you came out. And it was the day after Father's Day. We had a nice conversation about how we spent Father's Day. And that was okay. But by the third time that I had a meeting with the inspector, I didn't feel that same warmth anymore. So I became more offensive. So I think all through the process, I think we just want the city to treat everybody with dignity and respect through the whole process. And we know that it's a tense situation. It can be a tense situation, because we know that you have a job to do, because for the safety of, for the housing, for the residents, everything. And other things come into play with the homeowners too. It's just sometimes it's just not as easy as, okay, yeah, I'm going to get it fixed. There's other things going on. So it can become a volatile and very stressful thing. But I think we need to know that as representatives of the city, to always treat the residents with dignity and respect. And maybe we can have those that are fearful or anxious of coming in, then come in.
Of course. Yeah, that's exactly what I try to convey on my officers, all officers, not just my code enforcement, but parking and animal control as well. I mean, we are issuing citations often. So yeah, we always, professionalism, courteousness, and empathy is things I try to convey onto my staff, and we'll continue to do so.
And sorry, going back to the whole manual and policies and procedures, I'm still very surprised that we don't have that, especially with how strict we are with going, our code process. I think you need that document to safeguard against people saying that you're not following the process. That way it's outlined and you can say, no, look, this is our manual, we're in this step and this is what we followed. And that way it's good for staff too, to remind them, okay, what's the next step? And then perhaps the council can take a look at it, add anything on there. If you have one, please look for it and provide it. If not, I think that's something that we should discuss. I think it would be helpful for the residents to provide that, like, here's our process, and then here's some helpful tips, you know.
Sure.
Oh, okay. So, recommend that we discuss this.
Oh, there was one other question that, when I initially made the request, I also asked to see how many of the cases get dismissed. I think that goes to the city attorney's office, so I don't know if maybe we can bring that information back too.
Sure, I'll see if I can get that to the council. The basic answer that I can give you is that in my 4 years with the city of Lawndale, there has been one case, one criminal case that has gone all the way through to a judgment. And that was a matter where, frankly, the defendant simply said that they just didn't feel like they could move forward. And so the court adjudged them guilty of a misdemeanor, and the case went away without compliance. In general, the criminal process leads to compliance, basically with the oversight of the judge. My office would be happiest if no case ever went to judgment and they all got dismissed. We've dismissed 2 in the last couple months because they had moved far enough along in the process that they could be dismissed. And sort of to echo what Mr. Reyes said, the point is compliance. The point is not to punish. And so while they get referred to us, it's always my hope that the criminal case is used as leverage to get them to the table, keep people working. But judges are not incredibly happy to see these cases in the first place. And certainly what they want to see is people moving to a resolution. So in terms of dismissal, I can't tell you how many exactly have been dismissed since I started with the city. I will get that information and email that to the council, but I certainly can tell you that only one has gone to conclusion.
So can we bring this back?
Mayor or council members, well, we can just want to make sure we're clear. So we'll develop a policy manual?
So there's none that exists, just for the record, and we'll be creating one.
My predecessor had a policy manual. I believe we can. I looked at it and reviewed it when I started. I made some changes, and my officers have been the same officers that for my entire 6 years here. So I mean, we haven't really looked at it or changed anything. But
So we do have a manual?
Well, there a manual created by my predecessor. It wasn't created by me.
Oh, but you guys don't use it?
Well, no. I was going to say we follow it, but we don't use the manual. We don't. Hey, let's
So
go
we
check
do
the
ha-
manual. I
so
mean,
we
we
do
know.
have a manual then.
Well, like I said, not created by me. It outlined.
But we still have a
steps.
manual.
Yeah.
That's what I was getting
we
at,
can
is
make
have a
that. Yeah.
So we do have one. Okay.
Correct.
Can that get sent out? And I would like to see if we're still following the process with those, and if it's old, it may not have the administrative
It didn't,
citation.
right.
Okay, then that needs to be updated. So if we could take a look at that.
So what, council, what we'll do is we'll look at the existing policy manual or whatever they have, and then update it, and also include, making sure we have, tenants in it, respecting the resident, respecting the community, when we're working with them on the code case, have some of those in there. And then the procedures, the notice of violations and citations, and then onto the city attorney's office. And then you also want a workshop. So we'll do that all together at the
Yes.
workshop.
I think that would give some people a chance to at least hear how the process works, because this does come up often, and I think we need to be transparent about our process.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, the mayor wants me, this is a receive and file, get to bring it back, correct, to the workshop? Okay. Okay, I believe I'm gonna, oh. We're still on, you're on 18 now.
Okay, we're on 18.
Yeah.
Consideration and direction regarding funding for a bus transportation. Requested by Cuevas and. Yeah, I'm catching my breath. by Cuevas and Suarez. Let's
Good
have the
evening.
staff report.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. During the January 6th City Council meeting, Councilmember Suarez and Councilmember Cuevas requested that funding be allocated for bus transportation for Lawndale residents interested in attending future Metro Sea Line Green Project meetings. Currently, there is no funding for this request. Just a little bit of background or history. During the fiscal year 2023-24 budget process, Council approved $6,000 that was used during that fiscal year for this purpose, but currently there is no funding. This evening, staff is seeking direction regarding the funding for potential bus transportation for this current fiscal year, 2024-25. It is estimated that the cost to reserve 2 buses, as we've done in the past, would be approximately $6,200. If there is a need for an additional bus, we are estimating an additional $3,100 for that purpose. Regardless, we would need a budget amendment in order to authorize this expenditure. So at this point, staff is asking council to discuss this item and provide direction.
Mayor and council, I have something to add. I just wanted to point out that the last time you paid for the buses, in my opinion, it was very successful. A lot of the residents showed up from the row. It was the most I've ever seen. I figure because we're heading to the final EIR, it definitely gave pause to the Metro Board. Some of you were there. You saw how they reacted to the number of residents that were organized there. So I just want to give you a heads up. I figured there'd probably be a lot more residents because this is the final EIR. So I don't know if too much, we'll see what happens. But definitely, we're working with the property owners that are out there organizing it. They'll run it, organize the people. We'll just fund it and then we reserve it.
I just have a quick question. Was it 90% Lawndale residents, 20% Redondo, or was it 100% Lawndale residents?
The buses, I know were only Lawndale residents on the buses that was mandated. I don't know, I didn't take the survey. The rooms were, the board chambers at the Metro Board, they're pretty large.
But the buses were Lawndale residents?
Yes, that's what you guys required last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the residents made sure of that. They were out there to self-regulating. But I figured because this is the final EIR, I'm sure we're gonna have a lot more. We had a couple hundred. I'm almost certain there'll probably be a lot more because this is it. This is the final stage, our opportunity to address Metro, whatever we need to do, and it's in this final draft. This is it.
I would like to see 2 buses and if necessary, a third one, but if we could add the $6,200 on the, from our general funds. And then if there's a third one needed, then if you guys could bring it back.
Okay,
for
we can look at that.
discussion. That's
Thank
what I
you.
would like to see.
Okay, do we need to take that by unanimous consent?
Yes, unanimous, well, actually, no, I'm sorry, we need a vote because it would be a budget amendment. So
Okay.
yes, we would need a vote.
So the motion's been made by Cuevas, and I assume it's second by Suarez.
Do public comments?
It's not necessary.
Not necessary?
Yeah, not necessary.
Unless you want to just talk.
Not necessary. Okay, is there anyone wanting to speak on this item?
Chelsea Schreiber, this is a long meeting. Holy cow. Thank you for considering this. We really appreciate it. We had 2 buses last year. We had 282 Lawndale residents, 2 buses for Lawndale, and I do believe there's 1 or 2 buses for Redondo Beach. We just had Lawndale people on, and ours, and I just want to make it clear that these buses are for anybody in Lawndale who has any opinion on the train. We're not going to say you can't get on in any way, shape, or form. We just want people to be there to speak their mind and let the Metro Board know what we think. So we're going to be doing everything we can to get people on those buses. Our goal is actually for 700 residents to be there. So I hope we can get more. My goal, that's my goal. So I think we can at least double what we had. So thank you very much. A lot of people drove by themselves as well, and a lot of people went with us and then drove home or stayed and then Ubered home. But it was a really great way to get people there, and it really showed support for our community. So thank you. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. Okay, so what is the pleasure of this
I'll
body?
second it.
Okay, second by Soares, and the motion was made by Cuevas.
Yes.
Okay, is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, would the council please vote?
Yes.
For item number 18, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay. That's 19. Okay, report of attendance at meetings. You don't have it. I see you with your notes. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Yep, okay.
Yeah.
Well, on the 24th, I was invited by ISMOA to learn about their operation, and I thought I was just going to go and just greet, but they had a whole art project ready for me to do. So in honor of Year of the Snake, I made a template and put a press on it and the whole experience there. And it's just awesome to be there. And then I was invited to a really nice lunch, so as part of the deal there. So I enjoyed meeting with them. They have a lot of ideas that they would like to incorporate with us, with the youth center and being more involved in our city, with our city. And then on the 29th through the 31st, I attended the Cal City's Mayor and Council Member Academy, which was an eye-opener for me. It was good, well-attended also, networked with a lot of newly first-time council members. And just to know that a lot of us share the same concerns. You know, a lot of things are happening in a lot of the cities. We're not unique. We all share the same concerns. Some, we have the same issues, some at different magnitudes. It was really interesting, and I shared with Sean that it just made me more committed to serve my city. And just do more that whatever I can to help the residents of Lawndale and be someone that's positive here and helps Lawndale move forward. So I enjoyed those days that I was over there. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Suarez.
The only thing I can remember right now at this point is the South Bay City's Council of Government Board of Directors meeting, and I cannot remember the person that spoke, but it was a very good speech. I learned about the fire department. We had a guest speaker, and I think it was with a K, a surgeon, and he spoke about the programs that they have, some of which I think the department's spoken about before. They used some of the ARPA funds. One of them was really cool about performing CPR and some of the machines that they have and some of the cool stuff that they're looking into. Apparently, they're looking at actually giving blood transfusions on site. So that's one thing, that's a pilot program that they're going to be doing apparently. I don't know when, but very interesting, and it'd be cool to maybe one day have a presentation on that at the council meeting. But with that, I'll pass it along.
Okay, Councilwoman Cuevas.
Unfortunately, I did not attend anything the past 4 weeks. But I do have a couple of requests. Now that spring and summer are coming, is it possible to get the cost of staffing the parks on Thursdays through Friday in the evening, and then Saturday and Sunday all day? Also, I don't know if this could be done, but there's certain areas of certain streets that are wide enough where we could do vertical parking instead of parallel parking, which will allow more cars to fit in a residential area. For example, where Lucille Smith is, right in front of it, there's a section of 147th that you parallel park. But what if we do that as vertical parking? I counted 20 spaces. I did a little walk, and so I don't know if that's something eventually we could look at. I would also like to see how many open code cases we have and how long they've been open. If possible, if we could get the number of residents that took advantage of the amnesty program that the mayor put together. And then also how many residents took advantage of the reimbursement, the $500 shop in Lawndale, get reimbursed in Lawndale. Sorry, thank you.
We'll take care of Mayor and Council.
My turn.
Mayor Pro Tem Kearney.
I can't remember what I did 5 minutes ago, so I'm gonna say they do nothing. That's it.
And I'm gonna say ditto.
There you go.
Mr. Mayor, given the late hour, item number 20, the existing litigation, I think at this point, without any preparation, would take us about 40 minutes. I propose that I get a memo to the 5 of you tomorrow outlining this matter, give you some time to think it over, ask me questions verbally over the phone, and then at a future meeting, we'll meet to discuss it as a group. It's something that's going to take some mental energy, and I want to make sure we have time to do it right, and I just don't know that right now is a good time to start that one. And as to the anticipated litigation, that is something that can also be pushed without any harm to the city, so I propose that we push that as well, sir.
Okay.
We should have looked forward to that.
We'll take your lead on it, Mr. City Manager, Mr. City Attorney. Okay. So that brings us up to item 11, L, adjournment. The regular meeting scheduled to be held on February 17th was canceled by order of the City Council on November 4th, 2024. The next regular scheduled meeting of the City Council will be held at 6:30 p.m. Tuesday, February 18th, 2025, in the Lawndale City Hall chambers. It is 10:54. This meeting is adjourned.